Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. The mists of ancient Ireland shrouded the verdant hills, as Cuchulin, Ulster's most formidable warrior, gazed across the horizon from his lookout post. His razor-sharp eyes scanned the landscape for any sign of threat to the territories he had sworn to protect. The icy wind ruffled her dark hair, bringing with it the ancient whispers of a land steeped in magic and mystery. That morning, like so many others, his thoughts wandered to the years of apprenticeship with Scathach, the legendary warrior who had transformed him from an impetuous young man into the island's most feared champion. In his memories, he could still feel the weight of responsibility when his master entrusted him with Gay Bolg, the magical spear that few were worthy of wielding. With great power comes great tragedy, were Scathach's words on the day he handed him the weapon. This spear chooses its own destiny, Cuchulin, and once thrown with the feet, as I taught you, there is no force on earth that can stop its 30 deadly points. The warrior caressed the shaft of the spear that rested at his side, feeling the ancient energy that pulsed within him. The Gaibolg was not a simple weapon. It was an instrument of destiny, forged in the depths of the earth by the ancient gods. Its power was as fearsome as it was unpredictable. And even after years of dominion over it, Cuchulin still felt a shiver run down her spine as she recalled the stories her master had told about the consequences of its use. As the sun rose in the sky, bringing a golden glow that barely penetrated the persistent fog, the warrior noticed unusual movement on the border of his lands. A solitary figure approached, walking with the determination of someone seeking a defined purpose. Even from a distance, Cuchulain noticed that the stranger carried with him a posture that only true warriors possessed. What intrigued him, however, was the traveler's apparent youth. His movements were precise and graceful, reminiscent of his own way of fighting. An inexplicable feeling began to well up in his chest, a mixture of admiration and apprehension that he couldn't fully understand. That same morning, in a hut not far away, Emmer, Cuchulin's wife, had woken up with a heavy heart. Years ago, he carried with him a secret that now threatened to come to light. She knew that the young warrior who approached was not a simple traveler. It was Conla, the son Cuchulin did not know, the result of his encounter with Aife, Scathach's rival warrior. During his years of training, Emer watched the movement through the window of her home, her hands shaking slightly as she held an old bracelet that Aif had sent her years ago. The object was supposed to serve as proof of Conla's identity, but fate seemed to have other plans. The ancient prophecies were beginning to line up, and the weight of their unspoken words threatened to crush his heart. In the fortress of Scathach, located on a distant island shrouded in eternal storms, the former master also felt the approach of the inevitable. His eyes, accustomed to seeing beyond the veil of the present, perceived the threads of destiny intertwining inexorably. She knew that her most powerful creation, the gay bulg, would soon prove to be both a blessing and a curse. Young Conla, in turn, approached with determination, unaware of the true danger that awaited him. Raised by his mother, Ife, to be an exceptional warrior, he came in search of his father, the legendary Cuchulin, carrying with him only 3 keys, magical taboos, that his mother had imposed on him. Never deviate from his path, never refuse a challenge, and never reveal his name to anyone. As the distance between father and son diminished, the air seemed to grow thicker, charged with the energy of a destiny approaching its culmination point. The druids in the nearby hills noticed the change in the wind, the more intense rustling of the ancient trees, as if the earth itself tried to warn its children of the impending tragedy. Cuchulin descended from his lookout post, his hand instinctively tightening on the hilt of the Gaibulg. Something inside him screamed, an ancient voice that tried to awaken long-buried memories. But the warrior, accustomed to trusting his battle instincts, interpreted this restlessness as an omen of imminent combat. The fog began to slowly dissipate, more clearly revealing the approaching figure of the young warrior. His steps were firm, his posture was haughty, and in his eyes shone a determination that Cuchulin would recognize if he could see closer. It was the same look he himself carried in his youth. Emer ran out of her hut, the bracelet clutched in her hand as if it were her last hope. His words, however, died in his throat when he saw the distance between the 2 warriors. The air was too charged, the moment was too advanced, and destiny, like a Ferris wheel, had already begun its inexorable movement. In the shadows of the ancient trees, the ravens of Morrigan, the goddess of war, began to gather, their cawing echoing as a dark prelude of what was to come. The goddess herself watched, invisible to mortal eyes, knowing that she would soon harvest another soul for her kingdom of shadows. The stage was set for one of the most tragic stories the Ulster cycle would ever know. Father and son, unknown to each other, were about to meet in a clash that would echo through the centuries, a story of honor, duty, and the merciless consequences of war. The tension increased as Conla approached the territory guarded by her father. The young warrior, raised in distant lands by his mother Afe, had the bearing and grace of a true champion, characteristics that did not go unnoticed by the vigilant Cuchulain. The morning air, still thick with mist, seemed heavier with each step that brought father and son closer. Emer, consumed by anguish, ran toward the field where the fateful encounter was about to take place. His legs were shaking, but the urgency of avoiding the unfolding tragedy gave him the strength to continue. The bracelet he carried, proof of Conla's identity, weighed in his hands like lead. "Warrior coming!" cried Cuchulin, his voice thundering across the field. "Identify yourself and declare your intentions." Conla stopped, keeping a respectful distance. His heart was pounding in his chest, not with fear, but with excitement at finally being in front of the legendary hero that was his father. However, limited by the geese imposed by his mother, he could not reveal his identity. "I come seeking honor and challenges," Conla replied, her voice young but firm. I seek to prove myself against the greatest warriors in this land. Cuchulin studied the young man with growing interest. There was something familiar in his movements, in his posture, that awakened dormant memories in his mind. The wind blew stronger, bringing with it the smell of imminent rain and the cawing of crows that continued to multiply in the nearby trees. Your way of speaking is foreign, observed Cuchulin, taking a few more steps towards the young man. Where do you come from, and what is your name? Conla's silence at the second question made Cuchulin's eyes narrow. It was custom and law in the lands of Ulster for a warrior to identify himself when questioned by a champion. Emer was now close enough to hear the conversation, but something kept her frozen. The words that could prevent the impending disaster seemed stuck in her throat, as if a greater force was preventing her from interfering in the course of destiny. If you will not reveal your name, Cuchulin continued, his voice taking on a deeper tone, then you must prove your worth in combat. It is the law of these lands. Conla nodded, her right hand already moving to the sword at her waist. The movement was identical to Cuchulin's, an echo through the generations that neither man consciously noticed. The first exchange of blows was like a deadly dance. The swords met with unearthly precision, sparks flying with each impact. The warriors moved in perfect synchronization, as if one mirror reflected another through time. Scathach, on his distant island, felt the power of the clash, reverberating through the ancient lines of force that connected the sacred lands. His hands clenched tightly on the hilt of his own spear as he watched, through his mystical vision, the clash between father and son. The fighting quickly intensified. Conla demonstrated a skill that surprised even Cuchulin. Each attack was met with equal skill, each defensive movement executed with impressive precision. The crows above cawed louder, as if applauding the martial spectacle unfolding below. Your training is exceptional, Cuchulin observed between blows. Only one person I know fights with that style. The words made Conla hesitate for a moment, almost costing her dearly when Cuchulin's sword passed close to her neck. Murifi, young warrior, recovered quickly, but that moment of vulnerability did not go unnoticed by his opponent. Emer finally found her voice, but the sound of battle drowned out her desperate screams. The bracelet on his hand shined under the diffuse light that passed through the clouds, as if responding to the energy of combat. The fight continued, increasingly intense. Both warriors were bleeding from small cuts. Their breathing was starting to get heavy, but neither showed any signs of backing down. It was then that Cuchulin felt something awaken within him, that ancient and terrible fury that turned him to battle. His eyes began to glow with an unearthly light, his muscles contorted and expanded, and his form began to subtly change. It was the beginning of the transformation that had made him famous in so many battles, the state that his enemies feared more than death itself. Conla, although she had never witnessed such a phenomenon, recognized the signs. His mother had told him of Cuchulin's warrior transformation, of how he became something more than human when truly challenged in combat. The sky darkened even more, and the first drops of rain began to fall, as if the gods themselves were weeping for what was about to happen. The sound of metal on metal echoed across the battlefield, mixing with the distant thunder that heralded the storm. Emmer was now running towards the warriors, her tears mixing with the rain that was beginning to fall harder. She knew that if she didn't intervene immediately, the cruel fate she so feared would come to pass before her eyes. Cuchulin's transformation reached its peak, his body now emanating an otherworldly aura that made the earth itself tremble. Conla, even though she maintained her firm posture, felt a shiver run down her spine upon witnessing the legendary power of her unknown father. The rain fell more intensely, turning the battlefield into slippery and treacherous terrain. Emer continued her desperate run towards the fighters, but the distance seemed to increase with each step. The bracelet on his hand glowed more and more brightly, as if responding to the rising energy of the confrontation. Their pleas were swallowed by the thunder that now dominated the skies. Your silence about your identity will be your undoing. Young warrior, Cuchulin roared, his voice distorted by the transformation. His hand reached for the gay bulg, and the air around the spear began to vibrate with ancient energy. In the shadows of the trees, Morrigan watched with growing interest. The goddess of war recognized the power of the moment, knowing that this battle would be remembered for generations. Their ravens circled ever lower, anticipating the imminent bloodshed. Conla noticed the change in his opponent's posture and understood that the true test was yet to come. His thoughts briefly turned to his mother, Ife, and her words of the warning about the geese he should maintain. Even in the face of imminent death, he could not break his oath of silence. Last chance, warrior, warned Cuchulin, assuming the characteristic position for launching the Guy Bulg. Reveal your name or face the consequences. The young warrior responded by simply raising his sword in a defensive position, his eyes reflecting the same determination that his father demonstrated. At that moment, father and son were truly mirrors of each other, although only one of them knew the truth of their kinship. Skatach, watching through his mystical visions, felt his heart sink. She, who had trained Cuchulin in the use of Gaybolg, knew that once the launching movement began, nothing could stop the approaching destiny. The rain intensified even more, creating a curtain of water that distorted the warrior's vision. Emmer finally reached a distance where her voice could be heard, but the roar of the storm and the sound of combat continued to drown out her desperate cries. Cuchulin began the ritual movement of releasing the Gaybolg, his feet gliding in a deadly dance he had learned from Skathak. The spear began to glow with a light of its own, its ancient energy responding to its master's call. Conla, recognizing the technique of the stories her mother had told her, prepared herself for what would be her last defense. His heart was at peace, even though he knew he would face his father's most feared weapon without revealing his identity. The moment Cuchulin began the final release, several events occurred simultaneously. Emer managed to scream at the top of her lungs. The bracelet on her hand exploded in golden light, and a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the battlefield with unearthly clarity. He's your son! Emer's scream echoed across the field, but it was too late. The Gaibolg had left Cuchulin's feet, its mortal trajectory already set. Time seemed to slow down as the spear cut through the air towards Conla. The young warrior, even in the face of imminent death, remained firm, his eyes fixed on his father's. In that brief moment of clarity provided by the lightning, Cuchulin finally saw what his heart had tried to tell him from the beginning, the reflection of himself in youth, Ife's features mixed with his own. The revelation hit Cuchulin like a physical blow, but it was too late to stop the Gaibolg. The spear, true to its magical nature, split into 30 deadly points as it approached its target. Conla, accepting her fate, lowered her sword and faced death with the same courage she had shown throughout the battle. The impact was devastating. The 30 prongs of the Gaibolg found their target with unearthly precision, piercing the young warrior in an explosion of light and blood. Cuchulin's scream of agony mingled with Emmer's wail and the dark chorus of Morrigan's ravens. Conla staggered, but remained standing for a few moments, his willpower keeping him conscious long enough to finally break his silence. "Father," he whispered, a sad smile on his lips, "we finally meet." Cuchulin rushed to catch her son before he fell, her tears mixing with the rain that continued to fall. The warrior transformation dissipated, leaving only a devastated father holding the body of his dying son. Emmer caught up with them, the bracelet still glowing dimly in her hand. She knelt beside the two, her words of explanation lost in her sobs. Morrigan's ravens descended from the trees, forming a silent circle around the tragic scene. On the distant island, Scathach closed his eyes in mourning, knowing that his most powerful creation had fulfilled his destiny in the cruelest way possible. The prophecy she had so feared had come true, and the price of power had been exacted in the blood of innocence. The silence that followed was heavier than the rain that hit the ground. Cuchulin held the body of Conla, her recently discovered and lost son, with a delicacy that contrasted with the violence of the previous moment. His trembling fingers caressed the young warrior's face, searching those features for all the features that he now recognized as his and Aif's. Emer, kneeling beside them, began to speak through tears, her voice broken by sobs. "Aif sent me this bracelet years ago. She knew this day would come, the ancient seers foretold." Her words were lost in the wind as she held out the now dull object to Cuchulin. The great Ulster hero took the bracelet with his free hand, instantly recognizing the carvings and symbols he had seen Afe wear during her time in training. Memories, long buried, began to emerge. The brief and intense romance with Scathach's rival warrior, the promises made under the starry sky, the oaths of return that he never kept. "Why didn't you tell me?" he whispered to Emmer, his voice filled not with accusation, but with deep, irreparable pain. "I tried, so many times," she replied, her eyes fixed on Conla's serene face. "But there were prophecies, warnings from the Druids. Fate had its own plans, and we were just pawns in its cruel game." Morrigan's ravens continued their silent circle, impassive witnesses to the unfolding tragedy. The goddess of war herself remained in the shadows, her presence only felt through the otherworldly weight that hung in the air. Scathach, on his distant island, began an ancient song of lament, his voice carrying the weight of knowing that his own creation, the Gaibolg, had been the instrument of this tragedy. The waves around his fortress responded to his song, crashing harder against the black rocks. Cuchulin lifted his son's body, determined to give him a funeral worthy of a true warrior. As he walked towards his fortress, each step seemed to cost him years of his life. The Gaibolg, still embedded in Conla's body, pulsed with a dark energy, as if it too regretted its role in this story. The Druids began to gather, drawn by the energy of the tragedy that had just occurred. Their ancient songs mingled with the sound of the rain, creating a funereal melody that echoed across the hills of Ulster. The ancient prophecies, whispered in secret circles for generations, had been fulfilled in the most painful way possible. As the news spread throughout the territories of Ulster, warriors from all over began their pilgrimage to pay their last respects. Even those who had never met Conla recognized the magnitude of this loss. Not just the death of a promising young warrior, but the moment when Ireland's greatest hero was forced to face the cruelest consequences of the power he carried. At the fortress, funeral preparations began immediately. Conla's body was washed and dressed in the finest warrior clothing, her serene face contrasting with the violence of her death. The Gaibolg, reverently removed by Cuchulin, was placed beside the body, its ends still stained with the blood of the son he had killed. Ife, upon receiving the news through the ancient mystical ties that connected the warriors, began his journey to Ulster. Her heart, so long hardened by pride and loneliness, now broke with each step that brought her closer to the place where her only son had met his end at the hands of his own father. The bards were already beginning to compose the first versions of the story, their harps playing melodies that made even the most hardened warriors cry. This would be a story that would echo through the centuries, an eternal reminder of the price of war and power. Cuchulin stood beside his son's body, motionless as a statue, his eyes fixed on the face that so closely resembled his own in his youth. The tears had dried, leaving only a void that no future battle or victory could fill. Emmer moved around the fortress, organizing the funeral preparations with a strength that surprised everyone. His guilt at not having been able to prevent the tragedy turned into determination to ensure that Conla received the honors he deserved. Morrigan's ravens continued their silent vigil, now perched on the fortress's rooftops. The goddess of war knew that this story would mark a profound change in her most famous champion. The great Cuchulin would never be the same after this day. As night approached, the clouds began to dissipate, revealing a starry sky of rare beauty. It was as if the gods themselves had decided to honor the young warrior who had died by keeping his oaths until the end. The stars shone with extraordinary intensity, guiding the path for the souls of the ancestors who came to welcome yet another hero into their eternal halls. The first rays of the rising sun found Aif arriving at the gates of the Ulster fortress. Her face, marked by journey and grief, retained the fierce dignity that had made her famous as a warrior. The guards, recognizing his legendary presence, led the way in reverent silence inside the main hall, where Conla's body rested on a raised platform. Cuchulin looked up as she felt the presence of her former lover. Time seemed to freeze when their eyes met. Decades of secrets, loves, and tragedies condensed into a single moment. Our son died as he lived, Ivy said, her voice firm despite the pain she carried. With honor and faithful to their oaths, She approached Conla's body, her fingers gently touching the face of the son she had raised alone, molding him into the image of the father she had never truly known. Amer observed the scene from a corner of the room, feeling simultaneously intruder and guardian of this moment. The bracelet, now lifeless in her hands, seemed to weigh tons, a tangible symbol of all the words unspoken, all the warnings ignored. Scathach manifested through a silver mist that formed in the center of the hall. His presence, even if just a mystical projection, carried the weight of ancient wisdom and deep regret. The Gaebolg was forged to be the supreme instrument of war, his voice echoed throughout the room. But today, we see that the true price of power transcends the battle itself. The Druids began their funeral rites, their voices rising in ancient chants that made the very stones of the fortress vibrate. In response, the air became thick with the scent of burning sacred herbs as circles of protection were drawn around Conla's body. He came to me at 16, Afe began, her voice carrying memories that needed to be shared. You demanded to know about your father. When I told him about you, Cuchulin, your eyes lit up with the same fire I saw in you so many years ago. Cuchulin listened in silence, each of Ife's words like a new wound in her already shattered heart. His hands still held the Gaebolg, the spear that had turned his greatest victory into his deepest defeat. The Ulster warriors began to arrive in greater numbers, each bringing offerings and stories of how their brief encounter with young Conla had impressed them. Even in his short stay in these lands, the son of Cuchulin had left an indelible mark. Morrigan finally revealed herself fully, her divine form manifesting among the shadows of the hall. A few deaths, declared the goddess of war, change the course of history itself. Conla's sacrifice will be remembered not just as a tragedy, but as a moment of transformation. The goddess's words reverberated through the hall, touching something deep in the soul of everyone present. Cuchulin rose, finally releasing Gaebolg, which fell to the ground with a metallic sound that echoed like a funeral bell. From this day forward, he proclaimed, his voice carrying the weight of his decision, the Gaebolg will be sealed. No other father shall bear the weight of having been the instrument of his own son's death. Scathach nodded in approval, his ethereal form rippling with the energy of the promise made. There is wisdom in your decision, my former student. Some weapons are too powerful for the hearts of men. Ifa approached Cuchulin, years of resentment dissolving in the face of shared pain. He carried his name with pride, even without being able to proclaim it. In his every move, in every decision, our son honored the blood that ran through his veins. The bards, eternal witnesses to the great stories of Ireland, began to pluck their harps, their voices rising in a new song, the story of Conla, the son of the greatest hero, who died keeping his oaths, and of how his death forever changed the heart of the legendary Cuchulain. The funeral lasted 7 days and nights, as was appropriate for a warrior of such lineage. With each nightfall, more stories were told, more songs were composed, and Conla's legend grew, transforming from tragedy into a symbol of honor and inexorable destiny. On the last day, when the flames of the funeral pyre finally died down, Cuchulain, Ife, and Emer remained united in their mourning. 3 lives eternally intertwined by fate and loss. The Gaybolg was taken by Scathach back to his mysterious island, where he would be kept until the world was ready for his power again. Morrigan's ravens finally took off, their black wings silhouetted against the evening sky, carrying with them the last notes of the funeral songs. The story of Conla and Cuchulin would become one of the most powerful of the Ulster cycle, an eternal reminder that even the greatest heroes are not immune to the tragedies of fate. And so, in the ancient lands of Ireland, where magic still dances with the wind and stories take on a life of their own, Conla's name would forever be remembered, not just as the son who died by his father's spear, but as the warrior who, in his death, taught the greatest of heroes the most important of lessons about power, honor, and the true price of war. The wind howled through the frozen trees as Sarah Thompson adjusted her scarf, observing the white expanse that stretched out in front of her. The small town of Pine Creek, Montana, was completely isolated by the worst blizzard in 50 years. As the community doctor, she knew that the next few weeks would be crucial for the survival of the 300 inhabitants. The emergency radio crackled in the makeshift clinic that Sarah kept in her house. Sheriff Mike Davidson's voice sounded choppy. "Sarah, we need you at the outpost. We found something." The hesitation in his voice made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. Sarah grabbed her medical bag and put on her heaviest coat. As she walked through the deep snow, her thoughts turned to the events of the last few weeks. First, the storm that blocked all the roads. Then, the communication lines went down. Finally, supplies began to run low. It was as if winter was trying to swallow Pine Creek whole. At the outpost, an old hunting cabin converted into a rescue station, Sarah met Mike and 2 of the local rangers, brothers John and Peter Redwood, members of the Algonquin tribe who had lived in the area for generations. The men's grave countenances immediately worried her. "It's Jim Cooper," said Mike, leading her to a makeshift stretcher. "We found him wandering in the woods, almost frozen. But there's something wrong, Sarah. Something very wrong. Jim Cooper was one of the most experienced hunters in the region. He knew those mountains like the back of his hand. Seeing him there, shivering and mumbling incoherently, was disturbing. His clothes were torn and stained with something that Sarah preferred not to identify immediately. While examining Jim, John Redwood approached, his voice low and tense. Was he alone? The question seemed strange, until Sarah remembered that Jim had gone hunting with his partner, Bill Matthews, 3 days ago. "Where's Bill?" Sarah asked Jim gently, who just shook his head, his wide eyes fixed on a distant point. "Hungry," he whispered at last. "So hungry." Peter Redwood exchanged a meaningful glance with his brother. Sarah noticed the growing tension in the room. The Redwood brothers began to converse in their native tongue, their expressions increasingly grim. "What is it?" asked Sarah, feeling that she was missing something important. John hesitated before answering. "There are old stories about these mountains in winter, stories that our people have told for generations, about a hunger that consumes more than just food." Sarah continued to treat Jim, but his words disturbed her. As she cleaned her hands and arms, she found something disturbing. fragments of what appeared to be human bones under her fingernails. Sheriff Mike pulled Sarah aside, keeping his voice low. We need to keep this quiet for now. The town is already scared enough by the storm and the isolation. If they find out about this, Sarah agreed, but her scientific mind struggled to process what she was seeing. The wounds on Jim weren't just from exposure to the cold. There were bite marks on his arms, bites that looked human. That night, after returning to her clinic with Jim sedated in one of the beds, Sarah began searching through the old local history books she kept in her library. She found mentions of similar events, periods of extreme isolation during the winter where people mysteriously disappeared. The sound of the wind outside seemed different now, almost like a hungry whale. Sarah looked out of the window and, for a moment, thought she saw a tall, skeletal figure among the trees, but convinced herself that it was just the snow being blown by the wind. A scream from the room where Jim was resting made her run. She found the bed empty, the sheets torn, and the window open, letting in the icy wind and snow. On the window sill, nail marks and blood formed a disturbing pattern. Sarah rushed to the radio. Mike, Jim's escaped. I repeat, Jim has escaped. The reply came through static. Stay where you are. We're on our way. And Sarah, lock all the doors. While she waited, Sarah realized that the temperature inside the clinic had dropped dramatically, even with the heater running. Her breath formed clouds of steam in the air, and a strange smell, like rotten meat mixed with ice, began to fill the room. The Redwood brothers had mentioned an old story about a hunger that consumed more than just food, about a winter spirit that turned men into monsters. Sarah had always been a woman of science, but that night, as she listened to the strange sounds coming from the forest, she began to question everything she believed she knew about reality. And there were still many weeks of winter ahead. The night wore on as Sarah tried to keep calm in the clinic, the distant sound of howls echoing through the forest. They weren't wolf howls. They were different, more human and, at the same time, charged with a primal hunger that made her stomach turn. Sheriff Mike and his team arrived 20 minutes later, carrying powerful flashlights and rifles. We found footprints in the snow, said Mike, brushing the snow off his boots. But they don't make sense. They start off normal, the size of Jim's boots, but gradually they get bigger, much bigger. John Redwood approached the broken window, examining the marks left by Jim. His brother, Peter, stood near the door, vigilant. This has happened before, John murmured, his voice laden with concern. In the stories of our people, when the winter is too long and the hunger too deep. Sarah picked up her medical records, showing them to the group. Before he escaped, Jim showed signs of severe hypothermia, but also physiological changes that I can't explain. His body temperature was absurdly low, but he was still conscious, and his teeth seemed to be getting sharper. A noise from the attic made everyone raise their heads. Mike signaled for two of his deputies to go up and investigate. The silence that followed was oppressive, broken only by the howl of the wind. We need to find him before. Peter hesitated, exchanging meaningful glances with his brother. Before the transformation is complete. Transformation? Sarah questioned, although part of her already knew the answer. The old stories of the Algonquins Jim's behavior, the bite marks, everything was beginning to form a terrible picture in her mind. A high-pitched scream cut through the night, coming from the direction of the town market. The group immediately mobilized, running through the deep snow. Sarah insisted on accompanying them, her medical bag firmly in her hands. There was still a chance that she could help Jim in some way. The market was dark, its windows blurred by the cold. Deep scratch marks marked the back door, which had been partially broken down. Mike ordered them to form groups of two. Sarah stayed with John Redwood, while the others spread out around the establishment. Legend has it that the more they eat, the bigger they get, whispered John as they searched the dark corridors. But nothing is ever enough. The hunger never goes away. The market shelves were partially empty, the result of the isolation caused by the blizzard. Sarah noticed blood marks on the floor, leading to the meat area. The smell of rotting meat was strongest there. A sound of metal being dragged caught her attention. In the cold room, they found signs that someone had been there recently. Torn packages of meat, bones scattered on the floor. But it wasn't just animal flesh that had been consumed. My God, Sarah whispered when she noticed the remains of familiar clothes, the same ones Bill Matthews had been wearing when he went hunting with Jim. John abruptly pulled Sarah back as a huge figure passed the entrance to the chamber. For an instant, she glimpsed a figure that her brain refused to process, something that had once been Jim Cooper, but was now much larger. Its skin stretched over elongated bones, needle-sharp teeth visible, in a mouth that smiled unnaturally. Gunshots echoed through the market. Mike and the others must have found the creature. Sarah and John ran towards the sounds, only to find two wounded deputies, and Mike trapped behind an overturned shelf. "He's too fast," shouted Mike, reloading his gun, "and the bullets don't seem to have any effect." Peter emerged from another corridor, carrying something in his hands, an ancient tribal amulet. He began to recite words in his native tongue, causing the creature that used to be Jim to flinch momentarily. Sarah watched in horror as the thing moved impossibly, its limbs too long and disproportionate. Its eyes, once brown, were now as white as ice, and its breath formed crystals in the air. "The whole city is in danger," said John, his voice urgent. "If we don't stop him now, others could be affected. The spirit of the Wendigo is contagious, especially when there's hunger and desperation." Sarah thought of the 300 inhabitants of Pine Creek, the weeks of isolation still to come, the dwindling supplies. The conditions were perfect for the curse to spread. A cry of pain from Mike brought her back to reality. The creature had managed to reach him, its claws leaving deep marks on his arm. Peter continued his chant, louder now, making the monster squirm as if in pain. "We need fire," shouted John. "It's the only thing that can stop it apart from ancient rituals." Sarah remembered the small blowtorch she kept in her medical bag for emergency procedures. It wouldn't be much, but it might be enough to give them a chance. The storm outside seemed to respond to the commotion inside the market. The wind howling harder, the snow beating against the windows as if it wanted to get in. And in the midst of the chaos, Sarah began to understand that this wouldn't just be a fight for survival. It would be a fight for the very humanity of all of them. With torch in hand, Sarah advanced alongside the Redwood brothers. Peter's ritual seemed to have some effect on the creature, which squirmed and emitted guttural sounds that no longer seemed to have any trace of humanity. Mike, despite the wound on his arm, kept a steady aim with his gun. "We need to corner him," shouted John, leading the group in a semicircular formation. The market, with its narrow aisles and high shelves, offered both cover and potential traps. Sarah noticed that her hands were shaking as she prepared the torch. The blue flame seemed insignificant in the face of the horror they were facing, but it was their best chance. The cold inside the market was intensifying by the moment, and ice crystals were beginning to form on the surfaces near the creature. "Look out," warned Peter, as the thing that was Jim leapt over a shelf, its elongated limbs moving unnaturally. Sarah caught another glimpse of that distorted face, skin stretched over overgrown bones, eyes as white as the snow outside, and that mouth full of sharp teeth that kept growing. Mike fired once more, hitting the creature in the chest. The impact sent it reeling, but there was no blood, just a hollow sound, as if the bullet had hit ice. The Wendigo responded with a roar that made the windows of the market vibrate. "Sarah, when I say use fire," instructed John, positioning himself strategically. "Peter, continue with the ritual. Mike, keep him distracted." The plan began to form. Peter raised his voice, the ancient words echoing through the marketplace, as his tribal amulet glowed with a light of its own. The creature seemed to feel pain from the ritual, its movements becoming more erratic. Sarah noticed something disturbing. The more time passed, the bigger the creature seemed to get. Its joints crackled and stretched, like tree branches growing in fast motion. The Wendigo's hunger was literally insatiable, making it grow in proportion to what it consumed, condemning it to an eternal search for more food. One of the wounded deputies managed to crawl to safety, leaving a trail of blood in the snow coming through the broken windows. The metallic smell seemed to drive the creature even madder, and it turned towards the wounded man. "Now!" shouted John. Sarah activated the torch just as Peter reached the climax of his chant. The blue flame found the creature just when it was most vulnerable, making it scream in pain. The smell of burning flesh mingled with the odor of rot emanating from the Wendigo. But it wasn't enough. The torch, designed for minor medical procedures, didn't have the power to cause significant damage. The creature recovered quickly and, with one violent movement, threw Sarah against a shelf. The impact left her breathless, and the torch fell from her hands. "Sarah!" Mike shouted, running towards her, but the Wendigo was faster. However, before the creature could reach her, John Redwood appeared with an improvised fire extinguisher as a flamethrower, using alcohol from the market shelves as fuel. The explosion of flames drove the monster backwards, its screams now mixing with the howl of the wind. "We need to get him outside," said Peter, his voice hoarse from the continuous ritual. "There's too much risk of setting the whole market on fire in here." Sarah stood up with difficulty, her ribs protesting. Through the pain, she realized that Peter was right. If the fire spread, they could lose the few supplies left for the city. The group began to maneuver strategically, using fire and rituals to guide the creature towards the back exit. The Wendigo, although wounded, was still incredibly agile and strong. Its every move seemed to defy physics, its limbs twisting at impossible angles. "We need more fire," shouted John as his makeshift extinguisher began to fail. Sarah looked around frantically and then had an idea. "The storeroom. We've got kerosene in the back storeroom." Mike understood immediately. "I'll get it. Keep that thing busy." As Mike ran to the storage room, Sarah noticed something worrying. The creature's behavior was changing. There was more method in its movements now, less animal savagery and more strategy. The ice-white eyes seemed to calculate, to plan. "It's adapting," murmured Peter, also noticing the change. "The spirit is becoming stronger." The Wendigo suddenly stopped its attacks, its head tilting unnaturally as it watched the group. A terrible smile formed on its distorted face, and Sarah felt her blood run cold as she realized that the creature had understood something. With an explosive movement, the Wendigo didn't attack the group. Instead, it shot towards the warehouse, where Mike had gone to get the kerosene. "No!" shouted Sarah, her heart racing, as she realized that the creature had identified the greatest threat to her existence. The sound of breaking glass and twisting metal echoed through the market, followed by a scream that could only be Mike's. The group ran towards the warehouse. The group ran towards the warehouse. But Sarah knew they might be too late. The temperature continued to drop, and now Sarah could see her own breath forming crystals in the air. The smell of rot and ice intensified, and the shadows on the walls seemed to move of their own accord, as if winter itself were alive and hungry. In the storeroom, they found the door ripped off its hinges and signs of a struggle. Claw marks covered the walls, and the floor was covered in spilled chemicals, creating a dangerous mixture under their feet. "Mike," called Sarah, her voice shaking, not just from the cold. A faint groan came from behind some stacked boxes. Mike was alive, but seriously injured. The Wendigo had disappeared, leaving only a hole in the roof of the warehouse through which the snow entered. He's different now," whispered Mike as Sarah examined his wounds. "It's not just Jim anymore. It's something else, something worse." John and Peter exchanged worried glances. "The spirit is getting stronger," said Peter, "and now it knows how to defeat us." Sarah finished making a makeshift bandage on Mike, her mind racing with the implications of what had happened. The creature was evolving, learning, and outside, the blizzard continued, isolating Pine Creek from the rest of the world. Winter had barely begun as Sarah helped Mike to his feet. A terrible thought began to form in her mind. If the Wendigo really was evolving, learning, and becoming more intelligent, the whole town was in even greater danger than they had first imagined. "We need to evacuate the city," said Sarah, leaning Mike on her shoulder. "We can't risk more people being exposed to this." John shook his head negatively. "With this blizzard? The roads are completely blocked. To attempt an evacuation now would be to condemn people to certain death." A distant sound of breaking glass made everyone turn around. Through the fogged-up windows of the market, they saw lights moving in the street. Other residents, probably attracted by the sounds of fighting. "Damn," muttered Mike, trying to straighten up despite the pain. "We need to keep them away from here." Peter checked his watch. "The sun will rise in a few hours. Traditionally, the Wendigo is strongest at night." Sarah began to organize a plan in her mind. "Okay, let's divide up the tasks. Mike, you're too injured to continue. John, Take him to the clinic and look after the other wounded. Peter, you know the legends best. I need you to research more about how we can stop him permanently. What about you? Asked John, worried. I'm going to the community center. We need to organize the residents, establish safety rules. No one should be left alone until we sort this out. As the group split up, Sarah noticed that the temperature had risen slightly. Perhaps Peter was right about the Wendigo's power decreasing during the day. But that meant they had less than 12 hours to prepare for the coming night. At the community center, Sarah found about 30 agitated residents, including Mayor Thompson. News of the events at the market had already spread, albeit distorted by rumors and speculation. Dr. Thompson, called out the mayor, his voice tense. Is it true that Jim Cooper has gone mad? They're saying he attacked people in the market. Sarah chose her words carefully. There was an incident. Yes, Jim is ill. It's important that everyone stays calm and follows some safety rules until we resolve the situation. As she explained the basic measures, no one should go out alone. All houses should be locked at dusk. Food stocks should be protected. Sarah watched the faces of those present. Some showed fear, others skepticism. But what worried her most were the signs of hunger already visible in some of them. The city's supplies were running out faster than expected. If they didn't get help soon, the shortage would become critical, and with hunger would come desperation. The same kind of desperation that, according to legend, made people vulnerable to the spirit of the Wendigo. Back at the clinic, Sarah found Peter poring over old books and documents. Mike was asleep, sedated, while John tended to the other wounded. I've found something, said Peter, showing an old diary, records of a particularly severe winter in 1887. There were similar reports of transformations, but the tribal elders managed to contain the threat through a specific ritual. What kind of ritual? One that requires sacrifice, replied Peter, his face grim. The Wendigo is a spirit of hunger and greed. To banish it, you must demonstrate the opposite, complete self-sacrifice. Sarah felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. Are you talking about human sacrifice? Not necessarily. The sacrifice can be symbolic, but it must be meaningful, something that represents the rejection of greed that the Wendigo embodies. Before they could argue further, the emergency radio crackled. It was one of the deputies patrolling the western area of the city. Dr. Thompson, we have a situation at the Matthews barn. Sarah closed her eyes for a moment, remembering that this was the barn belonging to Bill's family, Jim's hunting partner who had disappeared. I'm on my way. In the barn, Sarah found a disturbing scene. The Matthews family had stored a considerable amount of supplies without informing the rest of the town. Now, other residents had found out, and a heated argument was threatening to escalate into violence. You don't understand, shouted Mrs. Matthews, guarding the entrance to the barn. It's not greed. It's survival. Sarah realized that the situation was a perfect reflection of what the Wendigo represented, how fear and hunger could turn ordinary people into something less than human. And as she tried to calm her nerves, she noticed movement in the shadows of the barn, something moving unnaturally between the ceiling beams. The creature was watching, waiting, and Sarah knew that every moment of conflict and selfishness only made it stronger. The sun began to set over the horizon, painting the snow as red as blood. In a few hours, darkness would take over again, and with it would come the real test for the inhabitants of Pine Creek. Not just a fight against a monster, but a battle against their own most basic fears and impulses. Sarah looked up at the darkening sky, knowing that they needed to find a solution before hunger, both literal and metaphorical, consumed them all. The situation in the Matthews barn was deteriorating rapidly. Sarah realized that she needed to act before violence erupted, both human and supernatural. The Wendigo was still up there, his presence an icy shadow that made the hairs on the back of everyone's neck stand on end, even if most of them couldn't identify the source of their discomfort. Everyone, listen to me. Sarah raised her voice above the din. Fighting over supplies is exactly what we can't do now. It will only make our situation worse. Peter and John Redwood arrived at that moment, bringing with them the ancient diary and their tribal amulets. Seeing the tension in the room, they immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. The spirit feeds on this, whispered Peter, his eyes fixed on the shadows on the ceiling. Every act of selfishness makes it stronger. Sarah had an idea. Turning to the crowd, she began to talk about sharing and togetherness. To her surprise, Mrs. Matthews was the first to give in, perhaps also feeling that evil presence hanging over everyone. All right, she said, tears in her eyes. We'll split everything, but it's not just for us. It's for Bill. He's always helped everyone. The mention of Bill created a heavy silence. Everyone there knew that he had disappeared with Jim, and suspicions about his fate were dark. The sound of wood cracking above them reminded Sarah that they didn't have much time. We need to act now, said John, preparing for the ritual they had discovered. The symbolic sacrifice needs to be made before night falls completely. Sarah watched as the Redwood brothers organized a circle with ancestral symbols drawn in the snow. The plan was risky. They would use the barn's own supplies as a sacrifice, a physical demonstration of their rejection of the greed that the Wendigo represented. Mike, still wounded but determined, arrived limping with other deputies. The whole town is coming here, he informed them. It's as if something is attracting them. It's the spirit, Peter explained. It wants witnesses. It wants to spread its influence. The ritual began as the last rays of the sun disappeared over the horizon. Peter and John chanted ancient hymns, their voices blending with the icy wind. Sarah and the others formed a larger circle, protecting the ritual from the curious onlookers who kept arriving. It was then that the Wendigo finally revealed itself. The creature that had once been Jim Cooper was now even larger, its distorted form barely resembling something human. Its elongated limbs moved like branches in a storm, and its face was a mask of eternal hunger. Panicked cries echoed through the crowd, but no one ran. Perhaps it was fear. Perhaps it was the ritual. But everyone seemed hypnotized by the scene that was unfolding. Continue the ritual, shouted Sarah when she saw Peter hesitate. We can't stop now. The Wendigo attacked. But this time, it didn't aim at people. It wanted the supplies, the physical source of the greed that fueled it. Its claws sliced through the freezing air, approaching the center of the circle where the food had been placed. It was at that moment that Sarah understood. It wasn't just about burning the supplies, it was about choice, about voluntary sacrifice. Grabbing a torch, she advanced to the center of the circle. "Sarah, no!" shouted Mike, trying to reach her. But she had already made her decision. As a doctor, her duty was to save lives, even if it meant sacrificing something important. With one decisive movement, she set fire to the supplies. The Wendigo roared, a sound that carried all the hunger and despair of the cruelest winter. The fire spread quickly, consuming not only the food, but also years of medical records and equipment that Sarah had stored in the barn, her life's work dedicated to the community. Peter and John intensified their chanting, their voices now carrying real power, almost visible in the freezing air. The Wendigo began to twitch, its impossible body twisting in even more disturbing ways. "It's working!" shouted John. "The spirit is losing its anchor." The creature tried one last, desperate attack, its claws coming dangerously close to Sarah. But she didn't back down. She stood firm, watching the flames consume not only the supplies, but also the symbol of all, the selfishness and greed that had allowed the Wendigo to gain power. With a final scream that made the entire structure of the barn shake, the Wendigo began to fall apart. First its extremities, then its entire body, like snow melting under the sun. In the end, all that remained was a puddle of frozen water, and, in the center of it, a human body. Jim Cooper, himself again, although irreversibly changed by the experience. The silence that followed was broken by the distant sound of helicopters. The blizzard had finally subsided enough to allow help to reach Pine Creek. In the days that followed, as the town received supplies and medical assistance, Sarah reflected on what they had faced. The Wendigo had been banished, but its lesson remained. In the darkest winters, it is humanity that we must preserve above all else. Jim survived, although he was never the same again. The Redwood brothers remained in town, now respected not just as forest rangers, but as guardians of an ancient and vital wisdom. And when the next winter came, the inhabitants of Pine Creek faced it united, sharing resources and looking out for each other, because now they knew true monstrosity lies not in cold or hunger, but in choosing to put one's own survival above collective humanity. Sarah kept the Redwoods' old diary in their new clinic, a constant reminder that some battles are won not with force or fire, but with sacrifice and compassion. And on the coldest nights, when the wind howls through the trees, she still looks out of the window, vigilant, not out of fear of the Wendigo, but to ensure that no one in Pine Creek ever faces winter alone again. Gleipnir's chains creaked against the rock as Loki writhed in his eternal prison, his green eyes reflecting what little light filtered through the cave's fissures. The serpent's venom dripped incessantly onto his face, and only the faithful presence of Sigyn, his wife, with her little basin, offered any momentary relief. After centuries of confinement, the god of mischief had memorized every drop, every iota, every moment of pain. Another millennium like this, he thought bitterly, remembering the events that led him to that situation. Baldur's death, his role in the ensuing chaos, Odin's rage, It all seemed like a distant nightmare now. Memories haunted him, like restless ghosts dancing in the shadows of the rocky walls. It was then that something changed. The cave air, always heavy and humid, became electrically charged. The shadows began to move differently, and an unnatural silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the serpent above stopped dripping its venom for a moment. Loki Laufeyson, an ancient voice echoed through the cave, making the rocks themselves vibrate. It was Odin, the All-Father, materializing from the shadows as if he had always been there. His single eye glowed with an intensity Loki hadn't seen in centuries. Sigyn bowed respectfully, but kept her basin firmly over her husband's face. Loki, in turn, just smiled his characteristic, ironic smile. All-Father, he said, his voice hoarse with disuse, to what do I owe the honor of this visit? Have you come to see if your chains are still secure? Odin didn't respond immediately. His ravens, Hugin and Munin, perched on his shoulders, their black eyes fixed on Loki. Something moves in the shadows beyond Yggdrasil, began Odin, his deep voice carrying the weight of eons. Something older and more terrible than Ragnarok himself. Loki raised an eyebrow, his interest genuinely piqued. And that should worry me because I offer you a choice, Silvertongue, replied Odin, approaching. A chance to prove your loyalty to Asgard and perhaps win your freedom. The silence that followed was as heavy as lead. Loki studied Odin's face, looking for signs of deception, an irony that did not escape him. And what would be the price of this generous offer? You must help the gods face this threat, declared Odin. But there is one condition. You may not resort to lies or deceit. Your cunning will be welcome, but your dishonesty will not. A bitter laugh escaped Loki's lips. You ask me to fight without my best weapons. All-Father? It's like asking Thor to fight without his hammer. That is exactly what I ask, Odin confirmed. Prove that you can be more than the god of mischief. Prove that there is value in you beyond the lies. At that moment, the walls of the cave shook, and a distant sound, like a scream from the depths of Niflheim, echoed through the rocks. Sigyn shivered, and even Odin's ravens stirred restlessly. What is that? Asked Loki, his curiosity overcoming his skepticism. The first signs, replied Odin. Something awakens in the deepest realms. Something not even the Norns predicted. Heimdall sees shadows where there should be light, and Yggdrasil itself trembles in its foundations. Loki closed his eyes, thinking. Centuries of confinement had taught him patience, but they had also fueled his resentment. However, the prospect of freedom, even if conditional, was tempting. Furthermore, there was something in Odin's tone that suggested this threat was real and truly dangerous. And if I accept, Loki began, measuring his words, how can I be sure you will keep your side of the bargain? I swear by the eye I sacrificed for wisdom, replied Odin solemnly. If you help us honestly and prove your worth, your chains will be broken. Loki looked at Sigyn, who was still holding the basin tightly. Their eyes met, and in them he saw hope, an emotion that had long since left that dark place. Very well, he said finally. I accept your terms, All-Father, but know that it will not be easy to trust me, just as it will not be easy for me to gain the trust of others. With a swing of his spear, Odin released Gleipnir's chains. For the first time in centuries, Loki felt his limbs free. He staggered to his feet, leaning on Sigyn for support. You will have to prove yourself not just to me, warned Odin, but to all the gods. And believe me, they will have even less reason to trust you than I do. As Loki regained his strength, feeling the ancient energy flowing through his body again, the tremors in the cave increased. The distant sound became clearer, a roar that seemed to come from all 9 worlds at once. So, said Loki, stretching his long, immobile muscles, where do we begin? First, you must fully understand what we are up against, replied Odin. And to do that, we need to visit the Norns. They may have answers that not even I have. Thus, Loki took his first steps toward freedom, following Odin out of the cave that had been his home and prison for so long. The cool air of Asgard hit him like a wave, and for the first time in millennia, he felt something like hope. However, a part of him, the part that always calculated, always planned, was already thinking about how he could use this situation to his advantage without resorting to his usual deception tactics. The challenge would be greater than any he had ever faced. Not only would he have to help save the 9 worlds from an unknown threat, but he would have to do so while being honest, an almost alien notion to the god of mischief. As he walked alongside Odin, under the watchful eyes of Hugin and Munin, Loki realized that his true ordeal was just beginning. The journey to Yggdrasil, where the Norns wove destinies, was silent. Loki observed every detail of Asgard's landscape, as if seeing it for the first time, his green eyes absorbing the changes that had occurred during his long imprisonment. The air still carried that strange electricity, and occasionally, subtle tremors shook the ground beneath his feet. Sigyn had remained in the cave, promising to meet them later in Odin's hall. Her absence weighed on Loki more than he cared to admit. She had been his only constant companion during the centuries of imprisonment. Things have changed a lot since your absence, Odin commented, breaking the silence as they approached the great tree. The 9 worlds are no longer the same. I see, Loki replied, trying to contain his usual sarcasm. Even the air feels wrong. It was strange for him to speak without double meanings, without hiding meanings behind carefully chosen words. When they reached the base of Yggdrasil, where the roots sank deep into the well of Urd, they found the 3 Norns, Urd, Verdandi, and Skuld, weaving the threads of destiny. Their ancient faces remained impassive, but their fingers moved with an unusual urgency. Welcome, Allfather, said Urd, the oldest of the 3, without looking away from her work. And welcome, Silvertongue. We've been waiting for you. Though the timing of his arrival was uncertain, Verdandi added, his fingers dancing among the golden threads of destiny. As everything is now, concluded Skuld, the youngest, whose eyes seemed to see beyond the present. Loki watched the work of the 3 sisters with fascination. The threads they wove seemed darker than normal, some almost as black as a starless night. What's going on with the wires? He asked, genuinely intrigued. Darkness approaches, replied Urd, a darkness that existed even before Yggdrasil sprouted, before the 9 worlds took shape, even before the giants, Verdandi added, Before the void of Ginnungagap, Odin approached the loom, his one eye studying the dark patterns forming. Tell us more about this threat. The three Norns stopped their work simultaneously, an event so rare that even Hugin and Munin cawed in surprise. There is a being, began Skuld, so ancient that his name was forgotten before the first word was spoken. He slept in the depths beyond the roots of Yggdrasil, continued Urd, in a sleep deeper than death. But now it awakens, Verdandi added, and its awakening threatens not only the nine worlds, but existence itself. Loki felt a shiver run down his spine, a feeling he hadn't experienced in millennia. And why now? What woke you up? The three sisters looked at each other. Before Skuld responded, the balance has been disturbed. Lies and truth, chaos and order, light and dark, all the opposites that keep the worlds in harmony have begun to fall out of alignment. Your imprisonment, Loki, Urd explained, was part of that balance, just as your release now is necessary to restore it. Loki couldn't contain an ironic laugh. So my imprisonment wasn't just a punishment. It was part of some grand cosmic plan. Everything is part of the great fabric, replied Verdandi. Each strand has its purpose, even those that seem out of alignment. Odin remained silent, absorbing the information. His ravens flew to the roots of Yggdrasil, investigating the shadows that seemed deeper than normal. How can we stop this creature? Finally asked the All-Father. They can't, Skuld replied simply. Not alone. They will need help from all kingdoms, including those they consider enemies. Frost giants, Loki suggested, his mind already working on the possibilities. Dark elves? Everyone, confirmed Urd. And most importantly, they will need to truly trust each other. No reservations, no ulterior motives. Loki felt the weight of those words. It was as if the Norns were speaking directly to him. What? If we fail, then there will be no Ragnarok, said Verdandi. There will be no rebirth, only eternal emptiness. A stronger tremor shook Yggdrasil, causing some golden leaves to fall on them. The shadows at the roots seemed to move of their own accord, and a distant sound, like a sigh from the depths of creation, echoed across the worlds. Time is short, warned Skuld. The Ancient One begins to move, and its influence spreads like poison through the roots of Yggdrasil. Where should we go first? Asked Odin. Look for the frost giants, Urd replied. They will feel the effects first, as Jotunheim is closest to the depths where the creature slept. Loki visibly tensed at the mention of his homeland. It won't be easy to convince them to help us. They don't trust Asgard, and with good reason. For this you must go, son of Laufey, said Verdandi. But remember, no deception this time. Only the truth can build the bridges needed for this battle. The three Norns resumed their work, their fingers moving even more quickly between the increasingly dark strands. It was a clear sign that the hearing was over. As they walked away from a Yggdrasil, Loki noticed Odin watching him with a peculiar expression. What it was, he asked, trying to keep his tone neutral. I just wonder if you really understand what's at stake, replied the All-Father. It is understood that this time there is no room for your games. Believe it or not, Thor's father, said Loki, surprising himself with the honesty in his voice. I understand perfectly. I can't say it will be easy to change millennia-old habits, but another tremor interrupted his words, this one stronger than the previous ones. On the horizon, dark clouds were beginning to form, but they were no ordinary storm clouds. They seemed to absorb the light itself. We must hurry, said Odin. I will gather the council of the gods to inform them of our mission to Jotunheim. Loki nodded, his gaze fixed on the strange clouds. A part of him longed to use his old tactics, to weave elaborate plans of deception. It was his nature, after all. But for the first time in his long existence, he felt that maybe, just maybe, honesty really was the only way. Odin's golden hall was filled with tension as the gods gathered for council. Thor, with Mjolnir firmly in his fist, cast suspicious glances at Loki, while Freya and Tyr kept a calculated distance. The news of the god of mischief's release had already spread across Asgard like wildfire. Brother, said Thor, his thunderous voice echoing through the hall, I hope you understand that at the first sign of betrayal. Yes, yes, Loki interrupted, raising his hands in a pacifying gesture. You're going to smash me with your hammer. Some things never change, do they? Odin slammed Gungnir to the ground, silencing everyone. The situation is too serious for old rivalries, he declared. The Norns have confirmed a threat prior to creation itself has awakened, and we need help from all the kingdoms to face it. Murmurs spread throughout the hall as Odin explained about the growing shadows and tremors that shook Yggdrasil. Loki watched the reactions, noticing how each god processed information differently. It was strange that he wasn't planning on how to use these reactions to his advantage. And should we trust Loki to negotiate with the frost giants? Questioned Tyr, his skepticism evident. The one who has betrayed us so many times. They have no choice, Loki replied, surprising everyone with his frankness. I'm half Jotun. I know your ways. And most importantly, I know how to approach Thrym, your current king. Thrym? Thor frowned. The same one who once stole Mjolnir. Himself, confirmed Loki, allowing himself a small smile as he remembered that particular adventure. But this time, there will be no disguises or deceptions. We need to be direct. The words sounded strange on his tongue, as if he were speaking an unknown language. The other gods seemed equally surprised by his statement. Freya stepped forward, her golden eyes studying Loki intently. And how do you plan to convince the ice giants to help us without using their usual tactics? With the truth, Loki replied, feeling each word weigh like the ancient chains of Gleipnir. I will tell them exactly what is at stake, that it is not a question of Asgard versus Jotunheim, but of existence versus the void. Another tremor shook the hall, stronger than the previous ones. Through the windows, they could see the strange dark clouds approaching, their edges seeming to devour the very light of day. Time is running out, declared Odin. Loki will leave for Jotunheim at dawn. Thor, you will accompany him. What? Exclaimed the two brothers in unison. We need to show the giants that Asgard is truly committed to this alliance, Odin explained. And Thor, you will serve as a witness to Loki's honesty. Loki and Thor looked at each other, centuries of rivalry and distrust weighing between them. However, there was something different in the air. Perhaps it was the gravity of the situation, or perhaps it was the centuries of reflection in prison. But Loki felt he was genuinely willing to try a new approach. It will be just like old times, brother, said Loki, surprising himself with the sincerity in his voice. Except this time, there are no tricks up my sleeve. Thor studied Loki's face for a long moment before slowly nodding. So be it. But know that Mjolnir will always be ready. As the gods discussed the details of the mission, Sigyn approached Loki. She had arrived silently at the hall, and her presence brought a strange comfort to the god of mischief. Do you really intend to do this? She asked softly. Completely abandon your old ways? Loki considered the question for a moment. It's not abandoning, he finally replied. It's adapt. Cunning doesn't always have to be accompanied by deceit. The words rang true, even to his own ears, and it disturbed him more than he cared to admit. Centuries of confinement had given him time to reflect, but it was one thing to think about change, and quite another to practice it. Night fell over Asgard, darker than usual, due to the strange clouds that now covered much of the sky. In the rooms assigned to him, Loki prepared for the next day's journey, organizing not plans and strategies, as he usually did, but honest arguments and truths that needed to be told. It's strange, he said to Sigyn, who was helping him with the preparations, to spend so much time weaving lies, only to discover that the truth can be just as powerful a weapon. Maybe that's the lesson I needed to learn, she replied, adjusting her cloak, that the most complex path is not always the best. One last tremor shook the palace before the night deepened, and through the window, Loki could see shadows moving unnaturally across the gardens. Tomorrow, he and Thor would leave for Jotunheim, and for the first time in his long life, the god of mischief prepared for a mission without a single contingency plan based on deception. It was scary. It was liberating. It was, he realized with a pang of irony, possibly the greatest adventure he had ever undertaken. The journey to Jotunheim began before dawn, with Thor and Loki crossing the Bifrost under Heimdall's watchful eye. The guardian of the worlds kept his expression impassive, but his golden eyes never left Loki for a second. Shadows move faster in Jotunheim, Heimdall reported, and the cold, it's different, deeper than normal. Loki felt an involuntary shiver at the thought of his homeland. The icy air of Jotunheim had always come naturally to him, but Heimdall's description suggested something more sinister. Keep your eyes open for any anomalies, he urged, surprising himself with the sincerity of concern in his voice. The path between the worlds was an explosion of color and light, but even through the glow of the Bifrost, Loki could see the strange shadows moving, as if trying to swallow the rainbow itself. Thor held Mjolnir tightly, prepared for any eventuality. When they landed in Jotunheim, the first thing they noticed was the silence. The realm of the frost giants had always been a quiet place, but now there was a sepulchral quality to the air, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. Something is wrong, murmured Thor, his eyes sweeping the icy plains. The cold. It's like it reaches your bones. Loki nodded, his natural Jotun form beginning to manifest in response to his surroundings. His skin took on its characteristic blue hue, and ancestral marks appeared on his face. It's more than the normal cold of Jotunheim. It's as if something is sucking the very essence out of the place. As they advanced towards Thrym's fortress, they noticed that the ice beneath their feet was darker than normal, almost black in places. The crystal formations that normally reflected light with brilliant colors now seemed to absorb it. "Remember," said Thor, breaking the oppressive silence, "no tricks this time." "You say that as if I were incapable of being honest," Loki replied, but without his usual scathingness. "Believe it or not, brother, I understand the gravity of the situation." A distant roar made them both stop. It wasn't the familiar sound of a frost giant or any other known creature of Jotunheim. It was something deeper, more ancient, as if it came from the very depths of the world. The fortress of Thrym loomed before them, its towers of black ice rising against the perpetually dark sky of Jotunheim. Giant guards spotted them immediately, but instead of the usual hostility, there was something different in their stance. Fear. "Prince Loki," called one of the guards, his voice shaking slightly. "And Thor. Thunderer. King Thrym awaits your arrival." Loki and Thor exchanged surprised looks. "Is he waiting for us?" questioned Loki. "The shadows," replied the guard hesitantly. "They talk. The king has been having visions." They were led through icy corridors to the throne hall. The place was different from how Loki remembered it. The walls, once a crystal blue, now showed black veins that pulsed like diseased veins. Thrym sat on his ice throne, but there was no arrogance in his posture. The giant king looked aged, worried, his red eyes fixed on the shadows that danced around the corners of the hall. "So you came," Thrym said, his normally thunderous voice now barely a whisper. "The shadows showed me. Something awakens in the depths. That's why we're here," Loki began, taking a step forward. "We need Jotunheim's help." "Help Asgard?" A bitter laugh escaped Thrym's lips. "After everything? It's not about Asgard or Jotunheim," Thor interjected, surprising Loki with his diplomacy. "It's about the survival of all worlds." Loki watched the shadows move unnaturally across the walls. It was time to do something he had rarely done in his long life. Tell the whole truth. "Your Majesty," he began, his voice firm, "I am the son of Lofe, Prince of Jotunheim, by birth. Even if I grew up in Asgard, I know the history of conflicts between our kingdoms. I have participated in many of them. But what we face now is different. The Norns spoke of an earlier threat to creation itself, one that will make Ragnarok seem like a simple winter storm." The words were simple, direct, without double meanings or subtle manipulations. It was strange for Loki to speak like this, but there was power in this honesty. He could feel it in the attention everyone in the hall gave him. Another tremor shook the fortress, and more black veins appeared in the ice walls. The distant roar sounded again, closer this time, causing small crystals to break loose from the ceiling. "The shadows whisper," said Thrym, rising from his throne. "They show me visions of an endless void, of a darkness that devours everything in its path. Even the eternal ice of Jotunheim bows before it." "Then you understand," Loki continued, "that we need to be united. All kingdoms, all races, not for Asgard, not for Odin, but for existence itself." Thor watched his brother with a mixture of surprise and respect. It was the first time he had seen Loki argue without using any of his usual persuasion tactics, and the effect was remarkable. "What if we refuse?" questioned Thrym, although his tone suggested he already knew the answer. "Then there will be no Jotunheim to rule," Loki replied simply. "Not even Asgard to hate, just emptiness." The silence that followed was interrupted by a sound that made everyone present freeze. Laughter. It didn't come from anyone in the hall, but seemed to emanate from the shadows themselves. It was an ancient, cruel sound that made the blood run cold. "Your words are true, son of Laufey," declared Thrym finally. "For the first time since I've known you, there's no mistake in your silver tongue." The thick, charged air of the hall grew even heavier as Thrym descended the steps of his icy throne, his imposing form approaching Loki and Thor. The shadows on the walls seemed to follow their movements, as if they were alive and attentive to the conversation. "The frost giants will fight alongside Asgard," Thrym declared, his voice echoing throughout the hall. "But we need to know exactly what we're up against." As if answering his question, a tremor more violent than any before shook the fortress. The shadows on the walls twisted, and for a moment seemed to take on almost tangible shapes. Faces distorted in agony, hands reaching for something in the darkness. "We need to consult the elders," said one of Thrym's advisors, a particularly old frost giant. "In the deepest caves of Jotunheim, there are ancient writings, predating even the age of Ymir." Loki felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing this. During all his years of study and mischief, he had never heard of these writings. "Take us there," he asked, surprising himself with the urgency in his voice. The descent into the caves was a journey through increasingly deeper levels of darkness. Thor held Mjolnir aloft, small rays dancing around the hammer to light the way, but even this divine light seemed to struggle to penetrate the darkness that surrounded them. "The shadows are thicker down here," observed Thor, his normally thunderous voice now reduced to a respectful whisper. "It's because we're closer," replied the old man who was guiding them, "closer to where he sleeps, or slept." Finally, they reached a circular chamber, its walls covered in symbols so ancient they seemed to suck in the light rather than reflect it. Loki approached, his fingers delicately tracing the inscriptions. "That's not the language of giants," he muttered, "neither from the gods nor from the elves. It's something more previous," added the old man, "from when the universe was still young and the first consciousnesses began to awaken in the void." While Loki tried to decipher the symbols, Thor and Thrym stood guard, their senses alert to any movement in the shadows. The distant roar sounded again, closer now, causing small chunks of ice to break off the ceiling. "Here," said Loki finally, his green eyes shining with understanding. "It tells of a being that existed before light, before time itself. The first conscious beings imprisoned him because his mere existence threatened to destroy everything that was beginning to form." "How did they defeat him?" asked Thor, approaching. "They did not," replied Loki, continuing to read. "They just put him to sleep, using the very light of creation." Another tremor, more violent than the previous ones, shook the cave. The shadows on the walls began to move with purpose, converging into a single point. We need to get out of here, warned Thrym, but it was too late. The shadows solidified into a form that defied comprehension, something that seemed simultaneously solid and empty, present and absent. A voice that was no voice echoed through the cave, reverberating not only in the air, but in the very minds of those present. Children of the light, said the voice, so young, so ephemeral, trying to understand the incomprehensible. Loki stepped forward, his Jotun form fully manifested now. You are the one who came before, he said, keeping his voice steady despite the fear he felt. What existed in the void? I am the void, replied the entity. And now that I have awakened, I will claim what is rightfully mine. Thor raised Mjolnir, lightning dancing around the hammer. We will not allow it to destroy everything we have built. A laugh that wasn't laughter echoed through the cave. Build it. You just play with fragments of light. Children fighting for sparks in the dark. It was then that Loki noticed something in the ancient symbols, something that had initially gone unnoticed. Wait, he said, his mind working quickly. The light of creation was not used to imprison him. It was used to give him form. The entity stopped, its shadows rippling differently. You see more clearly than your ancestors, child of ice and fire. The first beings did not imprison him, Loki continued, his voice gaining confidence. They transformed him, gave him consciousness, form, so that he could coexist with creation instead of destroying it. Thor and Thrym looked at Loki with confused expressions. But the god of mischief continued, and now you awaken not because you want to destroy, but because the balance has been disturbed. Because we need your darkness as much as we need the our light. Shadows danced around them, and for once, they didn't seem threatening. Cunning and truthful, said the entity. You have finally learned to use the truth as your greatest weapon, Silvertongue. So you didn't come to destroy us? Asked Thor, Mjolnir still erect. Destruction and creation are two sides of the same coin, replied the entity. I just need to remember my purpose, and you, children of light, need to accept that the darkness is as necessary as the brightness. Loki understood then why Odin had freed him, why the Norns had spoken of balance, his own journey, learning to use the truth without abandoning his cunning nature, was a reflection of that same lesson. And now? Asked Thrym, his voice carrying the weight of all of Jotunheim. Now, replied Loki, we begin again, not as enemies, not as rivals, but as parts of a greater whole. The shadows began to dissipate, no longer threatening, but like a protective cloak over the realms. The distant roar turned into something softer, almost like an old, forgotten song. Thor looked at his brother with a newfound respect. You've really changed, haven't you? I haven't changed, Loki replied with a smile. I just found a better balance. And so, deep within Jotunheim, a new era began, not with battles or deceit, but with understanding and acceptance. The ancient darkness would no longer be a threat, but a necessary part of the fabric of reality, just as Loki would no longer be just the god of mischief, but a mediator between light and shadow, truth and cunning. Balance had been restored. not through force or deception, but through the most powerful and unexpected of weapons, the truth. The scorching sun of ancient Babylon beat down on the clay streets of the city of Sippar as Adad Bani, a young scribe of only 17, walked hurriedly towards the temple of Shamash. His ink-stained fingers firmly gripped a freshly engraved clay tablet, still damp from the morning's work. The young man had been chosen to document one of the most important moments in the kingdom's history, the arrival of the divine laws to King Hammurabi. His leather sandals thudded against the dusty ground as he dodged merchants, running children, and wagons laden with goods. The temple of Shamash rose majestically in front of him, its baked brick walls gleaming in the intense midday light. Adad Bani knew that his position as the temple's chief scribe was a rare privilege for someone so young, but it also carried an immense responsibility. Inside the temple, the high priest Nur Sin, a middle-aged man with piercing eyes and a neatly trimmed gray beard, was waiting anxiously. "Did you bring the records of the last vision?" he asked, his voice echoing through the sacred corridors. Adad Bani nodded, carefully handing the tablet to the priest. "King Hammurabi had another dream tonight," murmured Norsin, as his eyes traveled over the cuneiform characters engraved in the clay. Shamash appeared to him again, bringing further instructions on the laws that should govern our people. The young scribe felt a shiver run down his spine. In recent months, the king had reported increasingly frequent visions of the sun god, who was supposedly instructing him on how to create a fair and balanced code of laws. However, something in Nursin's gaze aroused concern in Adadbani. In the midst of his reflections, a commotion began to form in the temple courtyard. A young woman in simple dusty clothes ran through the gates, pursued by 2 guards. "Please," she cried, "I need justice. My brother was killed, and the murderer remains free." Nursin gestured for the guards to stop. The woman, who introduced herself as Inanna, recounted in sobs how her brother, a small shopkeeper, had been murdered by a nobleman during a dispute over debts. "The authorities do nothing," she explained. "They say that the word of a nobleman is worth more than that of a dozen merchants." Adad Bani watched attentively as Nursin consoled the woman, promising to bring her case to the attention of the king. When she left, the high priest turned to the young scribe with a grave expression. "Now, do you see why these laws are so important? The people are crying out for justice. But how do we balance the power of the nobles with the rights of the lowly?" That night, while working by the light of an oil lamp in his temple chambers, Adad Bani couldn't get the image of the desperate woman out of his head. On his work table, several clay tablets were waiting to receive the words that would document the creation of the code of laws. But something was bothering him. Among the records he kept, there were notes about cases similar to Inanna's, ordinary people seeking justice against the powerful and not finding it. The young scribe began to notice a disturbing pattern in the visions reported by the king. They always seemed to favor the interests of the nobility, even when Hammurabi insisted that the laws would protect the weakest. A sudden noise made him look up from his work. Nur-Sin was standing outside his chambers, watching him with an expression that was impossible to decipher. You have doubts, don't you? Asked the priest, entering the small room. I see it in your eyes when you record the king's visions. Adad Bani hesitated, aware of the danger of questioning the king's word, or worse, the divine will. But something in Nur Sin's tone of voice encouraged him. The laws, do they really come from Shamash? He asked in a whisper. The high priest closed the door behind him and sat down next to the young scribe. What do you think would happen if the people knew that laws were only the creation of men? His voice was just a whisper. How can they be respected without divine authority behind them? That night's conversation would mark the beginning of a journey that would change Adad Bani's life forever. In the days that followed, he continued his documentation work, but now with a new understanding of the complexity behind the creation of laws. He carefully observed the negotiations between priests and nobles, the discussions about punishments and compensation, and above all, the delicate balance between divine justice and earthly power. Inanna's case was not unique. Every day, people from all walks of life came to the temple in search of justice. Adad Bani began to realize that his role as a scribe went beyond simple registration. He was documenting the birth of something revolutionary, a code of laws that, regardless of their divine or human origin, could truly bring order and justice to the kingdom. As the moon rose in the Babylonian sky, the young scribe continued his work, carefully engraving each word on the clay tablets. The weight of responsibility in his hands was immense, but now he understood that he was participating in something greater than himself, greater even than King Hammurabi himself. He was helping to create a legacy that would span the centuries. The next morning, Adad Bani was awoken by the intense noise coming from the temple courtyard. Groups of people were crowding around, excitedly discussing the rumors that King Hammurabi was about to announce new laws. The young scribe straightened his robes and went to his post, where a new pile of clay tablets awaited him. Nur Sin was already at his usual post, supervising the preparations for the morning rituals. His eyes met Adad Bani's, and a silent understanding passed between them. The previous night's conversation was to remain a secret. The high priest discreetly approached the young scribe. Today, the king will come to the temple, whispered Nur Sin. He has had another vision of Shamash, more powerful than the previous ones. We need to be prepared to record every word. Adad Bani nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility even more acutely after his nightly conversation with the priest. As he prepared his writing instruments, the young man watched Inanna return to the temple. This time, she wasn't alone. Other people accompanied her, each with their own story of injustice to tell. A merchant who had his goods unjustly confiscated, a widow whose land was taken by a nobleman, a craftsman beaten for refusing to work without pay. Adad Bani's heart squeezed at the sight of this procession of suffering. His hands worked mechanically, preparing the clay tablets, but his mind was focused on the stories he was hearing. How could these new laws really protect these people? Would the king's divine visions be enough to guarantee justice for all? Hammurabi's arrival at the temple was announced by the sound of trumpets. The king entered, accompanied by his personal guard and a group of advisors. His eyes shone with an almost feverish intensity, and his posture emanated an authority that seemed more than earthly. Adad Bani positioned himself strategically, ready to record every word. Shamash has come to me again, Hammurabi proclaimed, his voice resounding through the temple. The sun god has shown me how to protect the weak from the strong, how to establish order in our kingdom. The king began to dictate the new laws, and Adad Bani's fingers flew over the clay, engraving each word with precision. As he worked, the young scribe noticed something interesting. Some of the laws that the king proclaimed as divine revelations were surprisingly similar to the complaints he had heard in the temple courtyard. A specific law on the protection of widows and orphans seemed to respond directly to Inanna's case. During a pause in the dictation, Adad Bani noticed Nursin attentively, observing the reaction of the people present. The high priest seemed to be assessing the impact of each new law on the different groups: nobles, merchants, craftsmen, and peasants. Their eyes met briefly, and Adad Bani saw in them a mixture of concern and hope. The session continued until late afternoon. As the sun began to set, Hammurabi ended his proclamation with a solemn blessing. The people began to disperse, commenting animatedly on the new laws. Adad Bani remained at his post, organizing the tablets he had filled in during the day. Nursin approached again, this time accompanied by a man Adad Bani didn't know. "This is Marduk Nasir," introduced the priest. "He's one of the king's closest advisors." The advisor examined the tablets with interest, his experienced eyes assessing the accuracy of the records. "You have a rare gift, young scribe," commented Marduk Nasir. "Your writing is clear and precise, but there is something more. You capture not only the words, but also their deeper meaning." Adad Bani thanked him for the compliment, but couldn't help noticing the exchange of glances between the advisor and Nursin. That evening, while copying the day's records onto permanent tablets, Adad Bani reflected on everything he had witnessed. The laws he was helping to document really did seem to seek a balance between the different strata of society. But how much of this justice really came from divine visions, and how much was the result of human wisdom and political necessity? A movement at the entrance to his chambers caught his attention. It was Inanna, accompanied by Nursin. "The king has ordered that your case be reviewed," announced the priest. "The new laws establish clear punishments for crimes like the one that killed your brother, regardless of the criminal's social position." Inanna's face lit up with hope, and Adad Bani felt something change inside him. Perhaps it didn't matter so much whether the laws came directly from Shamash or were the result of human wisdom and need. What mattered was their power to bring justice and order, to protect the weak and regulate the actions of the powerful. As night fell over Babylon, the young scribe continued his work, engraving on the tablets not only the words of the laws, but also the stories of the people they would affect. In his heart, he began to understand that he was taking part in something truly revolutionary, the creation of a code that would forever transform the way societies understood and applied justice. As the days passed, news of the trial of Inanna's case spread quickly through the city. Adad Bani watched as people commented on the new laws and their implications, especially the fact that even nobles could be punished for their crimes. The young scribe continued his meticulous work in the temple, but now with a closer eye on the changes that were beginning to take place in Babylonian society. One morning, while organizing the latest tablets, Marduk Nasir appeared in the temple, again, this time with a worried expression. "The king wants you to record something special," he said to Adad Bani. "There has been resistance from some nobles to the new laws." Hammurabi had another vision of Shamash, one that reinforces the divine authority of the code. While preparing the materials for the new registration session, Adad Bani noticed an unusual commotion in the temple corridors. Groups of priests were talking in whispers, and extra guards were stationed at the entrances. Nursin approached him with hurried steps. "Be careful today," muttered the high priest. "There's a lot at stake. Some powerful families are questioning not only the laws, but the very authority of the king to establish them." The young scribe nodded, understanding the delicacy of the situation. The king arrived at the temple, accompanied by a larger than usual escort. His face showed signs of fatigue, but his eyes maintained that intense glow that Adad Bani already knew well. Before the dictation of the new revelations began, Hammurabi summoned Inanna to stand before everyone. "Let everyone see how Shamash guides our justice," proclaimed the king. "The nobleman who murdered your brother has been tried and found guilty. His punishment will be the same as that meted out to any other murderer, regardless of his social position." A murmur went through the crowd. While recording the king's words, Adad Bani noticed suspicious movements among some of the nobles present. They exchanged meaningful glances and whispers that didn't sound like approval. The young scribe noticed that Marduk Nasir was attentively observing these reactions, making discreet signals to the guards. As the day progressed, Hammurabi continued to dictate new laws and interpretations, increasingly specific about how they should be applied. Adad Bani worked tirelessly, his skillful hands transforming the king's words into permanent records in clay. During a pause, Nursin approached the young scribe again. "Do you realize what's happening?" he whispered. "The king is using divine authority to consolidate the laws, but he is also responding to the real needs of the people. It's a delicate balance." In the afternoon, an incident disrupted the session. An elderly nobleman, known for his influence in the city, stood up abruptly. "How can we be sure that these are really the words of Shamash?" he wondered aloud. "Why would the sun god choose to protect merchants and craftsmen above those who have always ruled?" The silence that followed was tense. Hammurabi rose slowly from his seat, his figure casting a long shadow on the temple floor. "You question not only my word, but the divine will." His voice was calm, but laden with authority. Adad Bani watched in fascination as the king walked up to one of the temple's large windows, where the rays of the setting sun entered directly. "Look," exclaimed Hammurabi, "Shamash is enlightening us right now with his presence. The laws he brings us do not distinguish between noble and common, for before the gods, we must all answer for our actions." The moment was so dramatic that the young scribe almost dropped his stylus. Nursin, who was standing nearby, let out a small smile of approval. The nobleman, who had questioned the laws, stepped back, visibly intimidated by the king's show of authority. That evening, after everyone had left, Adad Bani remained in the temple, copying down the day's records. Marduk Nasir joined him, carrying an extra lamp. "Do you understand now why we need divine authority?" asked the advisor. "Laws may be just and necessary, but it is the belief in their sacred origin that guarantees their acceptance." The young scribe reflected on the advisor's words as he continued his work. The tablets in his hands contained more than just rules and punishments. They were a reflection of the complex web of power, faith, and necessity that held society together. A movement caught his eye. It was Inanna, who had remained in the temple after the pronouncement on her case. She timidly approached his desk. "Will the words you record," she said, "bring justice to others like my brother?" Adad Bani looked at the clay tablets, at his ink-stained hands, and then at the woman's hopeful face. "These laws," she answered carefully, "whether they come directly from Shamash or are inspired by his wisdom through the king, exist to protect people like you and your brother." As the night wore on, the young scribe continued his work, increasingly aware of the importance of his role. He was not just a recorder of laws, but a keeper of the memory of how justice was being transformed in his time. In the days that followed, the tension in the temple remained palpable. Adad Bani noticed a significant increase in the number of guards, and conversations between the priests were increasingly reserved. Inanna's case had become a symbol of the change that the new laws promised, but it had also aroused resistance among those who saw their privileges threatened. One morning, while working on his boards, Adad Bani noticed an unusual movement. A group of merchants had arrived from a distant city, bringing disturbing news. Other kingdoms were beginning to question Hammurabi's authority and his divinely inspired laws. The neighboring kings are afraid that their own people will demand similar laws, explained Marduk Nasir, who had joined Adad Bani at his desk. "They say that no mortal should have the power to establish such sweeping laws, even if he claims divine inspiration." The young scribe continued his work, but his hands trembled slightly as he recorded the new decrees. The implications of the news were worrying. If other kingdoms opposed Hammurabi's laws, it could mean conflict, perhaps even war. Nur Sin appeared in the late afternoon, his face marked by concern. "The king has called a special assembly for tomorrow," he announced. "All the nobles, priests, and representatives of the main classes must be present. Adad Bani, you will need to record every word even more carefully than usual." That night, the young scribe could hardly sleep. His thoughts were divided between the greatness of what he was helping to create and the dangers this creation faced. Through his small window, he watched the stars over Babylon, wondering if Shamash would really approve of everything that was being done in his name. The assembly began at dawn. The great hall of the temple was packed with representatives from all walks of life. Adad Bani took his usual place, preparing his clay tablets. He observed Inanna among the crowd. She now occupied a prominent place as a living example of the justice of the new laws. Hammurabi entered the hall with even greater solemnity than usual. His royal robe glittered with gold details, and his posture was that of someone who carried the weight not just of a kingdom, but of a divine mission. "Shamash has shown me in a new vision," the king began, his voice echoing through the hall, "that our laws must extend beyond the borders of our city. The sun god wants all peoples to know true justice. While recording the king's words, Adad Bani noticed different reactions among those present. Some nobles clearly looked uncomfortable, while merchants and craftsmen showed approval. Nur Sin maintained a neutral expression, but his attentive eyes didn't miss a single detail. The king continued his speech, detailing how the laws would be applied in conquered or allied territories. He spoke about the need for trained scribes to copy and disseminate the code, and about how the temples of Shamash in other cities would serve as centers for the administration of justice. During a pause, Marduk Nasir discreetly approached Adad Bani. "The king is playing a dangerous game," he whispered. "Using divine authority to expand political power is like walking on a knife." The young scribe nodded, understanding more and more the complex layers of meaning behind each law he recorded. It wasn't just about justice or social order, it was about power, legitimacy, and the delicate relationship between the divine and the earthly. The assembly continued until late afternoon, with different speakers taking turns to express support or concerns about the king's plans. Adad Bani meticulously recorded everything, his tireless hands transforming words into history engraved in clay. As the sun began to set, a dramatic moment captured everyone's attention. A ray of light came through one of the temple's tall windows, shining directly on where Hammurabi was sitting. The king stood up, bathed in golden light. "Look," exclaimed one of the priests. "Shamash himself blesses our king and his laws." Adad Bani watched the scene with fascination, but also noticed a subtle smile on Nur Sin's lips. The high priest had commented earlier on the importance of understanding how the sun moved through the temple windows throughout the day. After the assembly, while organizing his tablets, the young scribe was surprised by an unexpected visitor. It was the nobleman who had questioned the laws a few days earlier. His face was marked by a different expression now, no longer one of defiance, but of resignation mixed with curiosity. "Young scribe," he said quietly, "you who record these laws, do you truly believe that they come from the gods?" Adad Bani hesitated, carefully weighing his words. "I believe," he finally replied, "that true justice pleases the gods, regardless of its origin." The nobleman studied him for a moment before nodding slowly. "Perhaps you're right," he murmured, turning away thoughtfully. That night, working by the light of his lamp, Adad Bani reflected on how the laws he was helping to record were changing not only society, but also the way people thought about justice, authority, and social order. Each tablet he completed was more than just a record. It was a brick in the construction of something truly revolutionary. As the new laws spread throughout the kingdom, Adad Bani noticed subtle but significant changes in Babylonian daily life. The flow of people seeking justice at the temple increased daily, and the young scribe noticed that they came not only from the city, but also from distant regions, attracted by the fame of Hammurabi's code. One particularly busy morning, while organizing his tablets, Adad Bani was surprised by an unusual group. They were scribes from other temples, sent to learn the new code of laws. The king had ordered that copies be distributed throughout the kingdom, and Adad Bani was assigned to train the new recorders. "You must teach them not only to copy the words," Nur Sin instructed, "but also to understand their deeper meaning." These laws will only work if those who record them truly understand their purpose. Among the visiting scribes was a young woman called Ninsun, something rare for the time. Her bright, attentive eyes reminded Adadbani of his own enthusiasm when he began his work at the temple. During the training sessions, she often asked insightful questions about the origin and purpose of the laws. How can we be sure that we are interpreting Shamash's will correctly? She asked one day, as they practiced recording a particularly complex case about property rights. Before Adadbani could answer, Marduk Nasir, who was supervising the training, intervened. True wisdom, he said, lies in recognizing that divine justice manifests itself through human understanding of the needs of our people. Working with the new scribes brought a new perspective for Adadbani. Each time he explained a law or its context, he better understood the complexity of what they had created. The stories of Inanna and others who had found justice through the code served as powerful examples for the apprentices. One day, while supervising the work of the scribes, Adadbani noticed an unusual commotion in the temple courtyard. Hammurabi had returned from a successful military campaign, bringing news that other kingdoms had agreed to adopt parts of the Code of Laws. This is a victory greater than any military achievement, commented Nursin, watching the scribes at work. Our laws are changing not only our city, but the entire known world. The expansion of the code brought new challenges. Different cultures and traditions needed to be considered, and Adadbani often found himself working with Marduk Nasir and other advisors to adapt the interpretations of the laws to different contexts. During this period, Inanna became a regular presence in the temple, helping to guide others who sought justice. Her story had become a symbol of hope, and she now worked actively to ensure that the new laws were applied fairly. You see, she told Adadbani one day, it doesn't matter whether these laws came directly from Shamash or through the king's wisdom. What matters is that they are changing lives. The young scribe agreed, remembering his own journey of discovery, from initial doubts about the divine origin of the laws to understanding their true meaning and impact. One afternoon, while working on his copies, Adadbani received an unexpected visitor. It was the nobleman who had murdered Inanna's brother, now serving his punishment through work and compensation to the family. I've come to thank you, said the nobleman, surprising the scribe. These laws, they made me see that no one is above justice, not even us, the privileged. That moment crystallized something that Adadbani had been realizing throughout his journey. Laws were not just a set of rules to be followed, but an instrument of social transformation that affected everyone, from the humblest to the most powerful. The work continued, and with it came new responsibilities. Hammurabi entrusted Adadbani with the task of creating a special compendium of the laws, including not only the decrees, but also examples of their application and the fundamental principles that guided them. This will be his legacy, said Nursin, watching the young scribe work on the special tablets. Long after we are all gone, these words will continue to guide people in their search for justice. As he completed his work on the compendium, Adadbani reflected on his own transformation. From a young scribe full of doubts, he had become not just a recorder of laws, but a guardian of something much greater. The idea that justice could be codified, understood, and applied universally. One evening, while finishing the last tablet of the compendium, Adad-Bani found Ninsen working alone in the temple. "Why did you choose to become a scribe?" she asked. "At first, I just wanted to record history," he replied after a moment's reflection. "But I've learned that sometimes, by recording history, we help to create it." The sun set over Babylon, casting long shadows through the temple windows. Adad-Bani looked at his completed tablets, each containing not only laws, but also the stories of the people who had helped shape them. Hammurabi's code had become much more than a set of divinely inspired rules. It was a testament to the human capacity to seek and create justice. And so, in the ancient clay streets of Babylon, a silent revolution had taken place, engraved for eternity on clay tablets by a young scribe who learned that true justice is born from the harmony between the divine and the human, between authority and compassion, between tradition and change. Aurora gazed at the horizon with her golden eyes, her scarlet feathers gradually losing the shine that had once been as intense as the sun itself. From the top of her nest, built on the highest peak of the eternal mountains, she felt something was wrong. The heat that had always burned in his core, fueling his immortality, was beginning to wane in a worrying way. As a guardian of the balance between life and death for millennia, Aurora knew the signs well. Every 500 years, his body turned into burning ash to be reborn stronger and more radiant. But this time, it was different. The internal flames that should have been growing, preparing for their cycle of renewal, were barely able to stay lit. "Something is disturbing the natural order," she murmured to herself, her words echoing like soft music in the thin mountain air. All around him, ancient crystals sparkled with a light of their own, silent witnesses to countless rebirths. It was then that Aurora became aware of the presence of her old friend Zephyr, a wind spirit that roamed the snowy peaks. Its translucent form danced like morning mist, bringing with it news from the four corners of the world. "My dear friend," Zephyr whispered, her voice mingling with the whistle of the wind, "you are not the only one feeling this change. The elders of the Mystic Valley are restless. The balance has been disturbed." Aurora rose, her majestic wings stretching against the dawn sky. Each movement required more effort than it should have, and its once radiant feathers now emanated only a faint glow. "Tell me more, Zephyr. What do the elders say?" The wind spirit circled around the phoenix, its ethereal form reflecting concern. "They speak of an ancient prophecy, Aurora, the original source, the first sacred fire from which all phoenixes were born, is weakening. Without its strength, the cycle of rebirth can be broken." The news hit Aurora like lightning from a clear sky. The original source was more than a legend. It was the very essence of his existence. Ancient stories told of a sacred place hidden beyond the mystic lands where the first fire still burned eternally. "How much time do I have left, old friend?" asked Aurora, observing her own feathers that imperceptibly began to lose color. "By the change in your light, no more than 7 days before your current cycle is complete, replied Zephyr, his voice thick with concern. If you don't find the source before then, not only will I cease to exist, Aurora completed, but all the phoenixes in the world will lose their connection to the sacred fire. The gravity of the situation weighed on his shoulders like mountains. Aurora was the oldest among her sisters, the guardian of ancestral traditions and knowledge. If she failed, not only would her own existence be at risk, but the entire delicate balance between life and death that phoenixes had maintained for eons. I must leave immediately, declared Aurora, standing tall in all her magnificence. Even weakened, his presence still emanated a natural authority that made the elements themselves pay attention. Zephyr floated closer, his hazy form condensing slightly. The path to the original source is dangerous, Aurora. No one has walked it for millennia. The mystic lands have changed, and ancient protections may have become death traps. Still, I have no choice, replied the phoenix, its resolve burning brighter than its own weakened flames. But I need your help, my friend. Your eyes see far, and your knowledge of the winds will be invaluable. The wind spirit undulated in agreement. I will be with you on this journey, old friend. The winds are my eyes and my ears, and I will guide you through the dangers that await us. Aurora began gathering what she would need for the journey. Light crystals to help her maintain her strength, ancient essences stored in her nest over the centuries, and most importantly, a crystal shard that, according to legend, resonated stronger the closer she was to the original source. As he prepared himself, other inhabitants of the eternal mountains began to approach, mystical creatures that had long lived under his protection, crystal dragons who guarded the highest peaks, snow spirits who danced among the clouds, and even the ancient whispering trees, which sent their messages through the wind. A young crystal dragon, Lyra, approached timidly. Lady Aurora, she said, her scales sparkling like diamonds in the sun. Allow me to accompany you. My strength may be useful on your journey. Aurora considered the offer for a moment. Lyra was young, but her heart was brave, and her ability to fly through the harshest storms could prove crucial. Your help will be appreciated, little Lyra, he finally replied. So, as the sun reached its zenith, Aurora prepared for a journey that would determine not only her destiny, but the future of all magical creatures that depended on the balance maintained by the phoenixes. With Zephyr as her guide and Lyra as her protector, she must traverse the mystic lands, face unknown dangers, and find the original source before her strength is completely exhausted. Time was running out, and each beat of its wings now felt heavier than the last. But Aurora knew she couldn't fail. The fate of an entire magical world depended on her success, and she was determined to find the original source or consume her last flame in the attempt. Aurora, Zephyr, and Lyra left the eternal mountains when the first rays of the sun still painted the sky pink. The initial flight was challenging, especially for Aurora, who felt each wing beat drain more of her vital energy. Lyra, realizing her mentor's difficulty, strategically positioned herself below her, creating ascending air currents with her powerful crystalline wings to assist the phoenix's flight. The mystic lands begin beyond the veil of mists, Zephyr informed, her ethereal form dancing around the travelers. But we must be careful. The mists are not natural. They hide secrets and creatures that would rather see us fail. As they advanced, the landscape below them gradually transformed. The snowy mountains gave way to ancient forests, where gigantic trees intertwined their branches to form an impenetrable canopy. Aurora noticed that its feathers, once a vibrant red, now displayed a shade closer to aged copper. Lady Aurora, Lyra called, her crystal clear voice cutting through the silence. There is something strange moving in the forest below. In fact, the shadows between the trees seem to have a life of their own, snaking in unnatural ways. Aurora narrowed her golden eyes, now more dull than bright, and realized that they weren't just shadows. They were light seekers, ancient creatures that fed on magical energy. We must land, Aurora declared, realizing that her fading glow was still attracting unwanted attention. We will continue on land until we cross this region. They found a clearing small enough to protect themselves, but large enough to keep the shadows at bay. Lyra immediately assumed a protective stance, her crystal scales reflecting the light in all directions, creating a natural barrier against the shadow creatures. The light seekers are not our only concern, Zephyr muttered, partially condensing himself to become more visible. I sense disturbances in the winds. Something or someone is manipulating the magical currents in this region. Aurora nodded, gathering her strength for the next leg of the journey. He removed one of the light crystals from his small collection, absorbing its energy to strengthen himself. We need to find out who is interfering with the ancient magic. It could be the same force that is weakening the original source. As they rested, Aurora shared with her companions ancient stories about the mystic lands, knowledge passed down through generations of phoenixes. This forest was once a sacred place, she explained, where different types of magic coexisted in harmony. Something has corrupted that balance. Lyra, who had never ventured so far from her home in the Eternal Mountains, absorbed every word with fascination. How will we know we are on the right path to original source? Aurora withdrew the resonant crystal shard, which emitted a soft humming sound. This crystal will guide us. The closer we are, the stronger its vibration. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the forest. Not a sound of threat, but a cry for help. The three travelers looked at each other, silently debating whether to investigate. It could be a trap, Zephyr warned, but it could also be someone who genuinely needs help. We can't ignore a cry for help, Aurora decided, even though she knew that every detour on her journey diminished her chances of reaching the original source in time. They headed in the direction of the scream, moving cautiously among the ancient trees. They found a small forest fairy, her wings caught in a web of shadows. Not a normal web, but a physical manifestation of the corrupted energy that permeated the region. Please, the fairy whispered, her natural glow almost completely absorbed by the shadows. Help me. Aurora approached, aware that using her own light to dispel the shadows would cost precious energy. Still, he didn't hesitate. He concentrated and emitted a pulse of golden light, which made the shadows retreat, freeing the little fairy. My name is Iris, The fairy introduced herself, gradually regaining her shine. I'm one of the guardians of this forest, or at least I was, until the shadows started to grow stronger. When did this start? Aurora asked, realizing there might be a connection to the weakening of the original source. About a moon ago, Iris replied, adjusting her newly freed wings. First, we noticed that the natural lights of the forest began to fade. Then, the shadows took on a life of their own, consuming all the magical energy they found. This information confirmed Aurora's suspicions. The weakening of the original source was not just affecting the phoenixes, but the entire web of magic that maintained the balance of the mystic lands. Come, said Iris. I know a safe path through the forest. It's the least I can do to thank you for saving me. Aurora exchanged glances with her companions. Time was of the essence, and a guide who knew the region could make the difference between success and failure in your mission. They followed Iris along hidden paths among the ancient trees, where natural light could still penetrate, keeping the shadows at bay. The little fairy proved to be a valuable source of information about recent changes in the mystic lands. The elders of the forest speak of a growing imbalance, she explained as she flew, as if something was sucking the very magical essence out of the land. Aurora felt it too. Each step into the corrupted forest drained a little more of his energy, making each moment more precious than the last. The resonant crystal in their power vibrated more intensely now, indicating that they were moving in the right direction, but also warning of time quickly running out. As the group advanced through the forest, guided by Iris, the surrounding environment became increasingly dense and mysterious. Aurora noticed that its feathers, now a faded amber, could barely emit enough light to illuminate the path. Lyra remained close, her crystalline scales reflecting what little light was left, while Zephyr circled around them, warning of possible danger. The whispering portal is near, Iris announced, pointing to an ancient stone structure partially covered in luminescent vines. It's an ancient passage that will take us beyond the territory of shadows. Aurora studied the portal with interest. Ancient symbols decorated its surface, telling stories of a time when magic flowed freely across the mystic lands. The resonant crystal in their possession vibrated more intensely, confirming that they were on the right path. But there is something you should know, Iris continued, her voice dropping to a whisper. The portal demands a price from those who wish to pass through it. It feeds on memories. This revelation stopped everyone in their tracks. Aurora knew that each memory of a phoenix was precious, containing centuries of knowledge and experiences. Losing any of them could be catastrophic for your mission. What kind of memories does it require? Lyra asked, her scales flickering with apprehension. The portal chooses, Iris replied. Sometimes they are insignificant memories. Other times, they are the ones we cherish most. Zephyr condensed into a more solid form, his concern evident. Aurora, in her current state, losing important memories could. We have no choice. Aurora interrupted. Time is running out, and this is the quickest path to the original source. She could feel her strength decreasing with each passing moment, and the golden glow in her eyes was getting dimmer and dimmer. They approached the whispering portal with caution. The luminescent vines seemed to react to his presence, snaking gently as if they were alive. Aurora was the first to step forward, touching the ancient surface with one of her wings. Immediately, he felt a gentle but insistent force searching his memories. Images of his countless rebirths, encounters with long extinct creatures, and ancient knowledge floated through his mind like leaves in the wind. The portal seemed particularly interested in his memories of the original source. Not those, Aurora muttered, resisting. Losing any information about your objective could jeopardize the entire mission. The portal seemed to consider for a moment before selecting other memories. Memories of carefree flights over pristine oceans, conversations with ancient civilizations, moments of peace watching the sunrise. Aurora felt a pang of sadness when she saw them disappear, but she knew it was a necessary price. Lyra was next. The young crystal dragon trembled when the portal touched her mind, but remained firm. Some of his childhood memories in the Eternal Mountains were taken as payment. Zephyr, being a wind spirit, had a different experience. The portal collected fragments of ancient winds that he carried with him. Iris, who had passed through the portal before, guided them through the passage. On the other side, they found a completely different landscape. The dense trees gave way to a crystal clear valley where rock formations emitted a soft, comforting light. The Valley of Crystals, introduced Iris. Here, the shadow corruption hasn't arrived yet, but she hesitated, looking around worriedly. Something is different. Aurora also noticed. Although the valley still retained its natural light, there was a tinge of melancholy in the air, as if the land itself was mourning a loss. The resonant crystal vibrated more strongly, indicating that they were getting closer to their goal. The crystals, Lyra murmured, approaching one of the formations. Are they crying? Indeed, small droplets of light dripped from the crystalline formations, falling to the ground like luminous tears. Aurora approached one of the larger crystals, gently touching it with her wing. A wave of emotions washed over her: sadness, loss, fear. The crystals are connected to the same source of magical energy that powers all mystical creatures, Aurora explained. They feel the weakening of the original source as much as I do. Zephyr floated between the formations, her ethereal form reflecting the colors of the crystals. There is something more. The winds carry whispers of an ancient presence awakened in this valley. As if responding to Zephyr's words, a tremor ran through the ground. The crystals began to resonate in harmony, creating an ethereal melody that made the air vibrate. In the center of the valley, a figure began to materialize. A being made entirely of crystalline light. Welcome, travelers, echoed a voice that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I am the guardian of the crystals, and I feel in you the same purpose that unites us, the quest to restore balance. Aurora stepped forward, her dark copper feathers contrasting with the guardian's intense light. Then you know why we came. Yes, replied the crystalline being. And I also know that your time is running out, Ancient One. But the path to the original source is more complex than you imagine. There are forces at work that transcend our understanding. The guardian raised a hand made of solidified light, and images of what appeared to be an energetic map of the mystic lands appeared in the air. Lines of magical force intertwined like delicate webs, but several of them were darkened or broken. Corruption is not natural, continued the guardian. Something or someone is deliberately interfering with the flow of magical energy, directing it towards an unknown purpose. Aurora felt her strength momentarily fail, and Lyra quickly moved to support her. Time was running out faster than they had anticipated. I can help you reach the original source, said the keeper of the crystals. But you will need to face a difficult truth first. The corruption you feel originates from an ancient, broken pact. Aurora, still supported by Lyra, raised her now almost dull eyes. What pact would that be? Millenniums ago, when the first phoenix rose from the original source, a balance was established between all magical forces, explained the guardian, manipulating the lines of energy in the air to illustrate his story. Each mystical creature had its role in maintaining this balance, but someone is trying to channel all the power into themselves. Zephyr stirred restlessly, his ethereal form rippling with concern. The winds have whispered of an ancient phoenix that refused to complete its cycle of rebirth. The guardian nodded, his crystalline form sparkling. Crimson, the rebel. She discovered a way to absorb the magical energy of other creatures to keep herself alive indefinitely, avoiding the natural cycle of death and rebirth. That explains the weakening of the source, Aurora murmured, finally understanding. It is draining the life energy that should naturally flow through the world. Iris, who had remained silent, flew closer. The shadows in the forest, are they a manifestation of the imbalance she is causing? Precisely, the guardian confirmed. Every time Crimson absorbs magical energy, it leaves a void that is filled by corrupt shadows. If not stopped, the entire mystical world will succumb to darkness. Aurora tried to pull herself up completely, her feathers now an alarming, dull brown. How can we find her? The guardian moved through the valley, the crystals resonating in harmony with his presence. Crimson has established her refuge in the Peak of Shadows, a corrupted mountain beyond this valley. It is there that she performs her absorption rituals, channeling the stolen energy through black crystals. Lyra shivered, her scales reflecting the worry in her heart. But how can we face her? Aurora barely has the strength to fly, and Crimson must be incredibly powerful with all the energy she stole. There is a way, the guardian said, his voice taking on a deeper tone. The crystals in this valley still maintain a pure connection to the original source. I can use their energy to create a direct path to the Peak of Shadows, but, encouraged Zephyr, the process will temporarily weaken the valley's protection, allowing the shadows to advance, added the guardian. And Aurora will need to use some of her own life essence to activate the portal. A heavy silence fell over the group. Aurora knew that using more of her life energy could mean not having enough strength to face Crimson when they found her. But what choice did they have? I will do whatever is necessary, Aurora declared with determination. The guardian began to instruct them on the necessary ritual. Aurora should position herself in the center of a circle of specific crystals, while Lyra and Zephyr would keep the shadows at bay. Iris, with her knowledge of natural energies, would help channel the power of the crystals. As they prepared, Aurora shared a private moment with her companions. If I don't have enough strength to face Crimson, she began. Don't even think about it, Lyra interrupted firmly. We are all on this mission together. The ritual began at dusk, when the mystical energies were strongest. Aurora positioned herself in the center of the circle, her feathers almost completely dull now. The guardian of the crystals began to chant words in an ancient language, making the crystals in the valley pulse with their own light. The shadows, sensing the weakening of the valley's protection, began to draw closer. Lyra stood on guard, her crystalline scales emitting bursts of light to keep the darkness at bay. Zephyr created energized wind currents, forming an additional barrier. Aurora felt a sharp pain as the ritual reached its climax. His vital energy, already so scarce, flowed into the crystals around him. The air began to distort, forming a portal of pure light that would lead directly to Shadow Peak. Quick, shouted the Guardian. The portal won't last long. With one last united effort, the group passed through the portal, leaving the Valley of Crystals behind. On the other side, they found themselves in a completely different environment. Shadow Peak lived up to its name, a black mountain that seemed to absorb all the light around it. Black crystals erupted from the rock like open wounds, pulsing with stolen energy. In the air, streams of corrupted magic flowed toward the mountaintop, where a dark figure could be seen performing his unholy rituals. Crimson, Aurora whispered, recognizing the ancient phoenix who had chosen such a dark path. The figure on top of the mountain stopped its movements, as if it had sensed the presence of the newcomers. Slowly, she turned around, revealing a phoenix whose feathers were so dark red they appeared black, shimmering with energy stolen from countless mystical beings. So you finally arrived. Crimson's voice echoed, filled with power and malice. Have you come to try to stop me, Aurora, or to join me and discover what it's like to live free from the chains of the cycle of rebirth? Aurora stepped forward, supported by her loyal companions. Although his strength was almost exhausted, his determination remained unshakable. The final confrontation was about to begin, and the fate of the entire mystical world depended on its outcome. The confrontation between Aurora and Crimson hung in the air like a storm about to break out. Shadow Peak seemed to pulse with stolen energy, while black crystals reflected the corrupted power that Crimson had accumulated over the centuries. You don't understand what you're doing, Aurora said, her voice weak but firm. It's destroying the very fabric that keeps our world in balance. Crimson let out a dark laugh that echoed across the mountain. I understand completely, dear sister. I am freeing myself from the chains that bind us to an endless cycle of death and rebirth. Why should we submit to this when we can have true power? Lyra positioned herself protectively at Aurora's side, her crystalline scales glowing with determination. Zephyr circled around them, creating a barrier of wind against the approaching shadows, while Iris hovered nearby, her natural light pulsing in defiance of the darkness. True power, Aurora questioned. What you have built is not power, Crimson. It is a prison made of stolen energy and corrupted lives. In response, Crimson raised his dark-stained wings, and waves of dark energy emanated from his body. The surrounding black crystals pulsed more intensely, and Aurora felt the last of her strength begin to drain. Look, Crimson exclaimed, I can take your life energy with a simple thought. This is true power. But something unexpected happened. As Crimson attempted to drain Aurora's energy, the resonant crystal the weakened phoenix carried began to glow brightly. An ancient and powerful connection manifested, linking Aurora directly to original source through the crystal. It's not about power, Crimson, said Aurora, her voice gaining strength as the pure energy of the source flowed through her. It's about balance, about the natural cycle of life. Each rebirth brings us new wisdom, new understanding. Lyra, realizing the crucial moment, began to emanate light through her crystalline scales, amplifying the power of the resonating crystal. Zephyr condensed his ethereal form, creating a vortex that channeled pure energy around them. Iris, with her knowledge of natural energies, wove threads of light that began to neutralize the shadows. Crimson staggered, feeling for the first time his control over the stolen energies waver. No, you can't stop me. I have the power of 1,000 lives in my veins. And that is why you must be stopped, Aurora declared, her feathers beginning to regain their golden shine. Every life you stole, every energy you corrupted, cries out for justice. The confrontation reached its climax when Aurora, renewed by the connection with the original source, expanded her wings in all their magnificence. A wave of pure, golden light emanated from his body, clashing against Crimson's dark defenses. The black crystals began to crack, releasing trapped energy that returned to its rightful owners. Crimson screamed in fury and despair, trying to maintain his grip on the stolen power, but it was too late. Together, shouted Aurora to her companions. Lyra projected the full power of her crystals. Zephyr intensified her purifying vortex, and Iris channeled the natural energy of the earth. United, their powers combined with Aurora's restorative light created a wave of purification that swept Shadow Peak. Crimson, in a last act of defiance, tried to absorb all the energy around him, but his corrupted body could not contain so much power. With a final scream, she exploded into a shower of dark sparks that quickly turned into pure light. The silence that followed was broken by the soft clink of crystals purifying themselves, returning to their natural state. Aurora landed softly, her feathers now shining with a brighter shine than before. It's over, she whispered, watching as life energy flowed freely once more, restoring balance to the mystic lands. Lyra approached, her scales sparkling with joy. Lady Aurora, your colors are more vibrant than ever. It was true. The direct connection to original source had not only saved Aurora, but strengthened her beyond her previous state. Its feathers were now a deep, golden red, pulsing with renewed life. The original source wasn't actually weakening, Aurora realized. Crimson was just blocking our connection with her. Now that the block has been removed, the entire mystical world is healing, added Iris, watching as waves of life energy spread across the horizon, restoring the Earth's natural light. Zephyr circled the group, his ethereal form clearer and more defined than before. The winds are already singing of this victory. The stories of this day will be remembered for generations. Aurora looked at her companions with deep gratitude. This victory belongs to all of us. Each of you has proven that true power comes not from the strength we take from others, but from the strength we find together. In the days that followed, the mystic lands flourished like never before. The corrupted shadows dissipated, the black crystals purified, and magical creatures of all types celebrated the return of natural balance. Aurora has established her new nest on Shadow Peak, now renamed Aurora Peak, transforming it into a beacon of light and hope. Lyra, Zephyr, and Iris remained his closest friends, each contributing in their own way to maintaining the balance they had fought so hard to restore. And so, the story of the Phoenix and its search for the original source became a legend, teaching all mystical creatures that true power lies not in domination, but in harmony, not in control, but in balance, and most of all, in the strength we find when we stand united in the face of darkness.